Hello, everyone. My name is Lex, and not exactly typical for Monday evening, but since we don't have Stolen Fate, we haven't had it since about 2 weeks ago at this point. Mostly because Crash is dealing with some personal stuff. But in the meantime, and I wanted to do this last week, but then stuff had come up, so may as well do it now. There's a game I wanted to check out, or at least start. So good at starting games, so bad at finishing them. But this one at least should be relatively okay to go through, start to finish. Don't really have to worry about grinding or anything like that. Is a JRPG called Veritas Witch of the Dark Castle, which is from a solo developer who used to work at Vanillaware as well as Capcom. Kind of find that as a trend for a lot of the Vanillaware developers. They use part of Capcom, but actually we can hop over to something here. I think this should be okay. Yeah, so Veritas Tales, Witch of the Dark Castle. Don't put this loud or anything like that because they usually play videos. But yeah, it's a solo developed JRPG. This popped into my feed because I was looking for, well, it wasn't so much me looking for, but Muramasa, the Demon Blade from Vanillaware, was I believe going to be remastered or remastered for current gen stuff. And then in association, I kind of saw that this had popped up. So Yoshio Nishimura used to work at Capcom. I think he was like a background artist or something along those lines, working on the Monster Hunter franchise. And then he left Capcom and then joined Vanillaware when they started, or somewhere in the midst of development when they were doing Dragon's Crown Pro, which was if I remember correctly, that was when they were porting Dragon's Crown, which originally came out on the PlayStation 3. They were porting that to the PlayStation Vita and to the PlayStation 4. So they were working on Dragon's Crown Pro. So he worked on that. And then he's also worked on 13 Sentinels Aegis, which was their strategy RPG. And then also worked on Grim Grimoire once more, which we're currently playing through and I still need to go through. But yeah, he worked on those games, and then I think in 2020 he left Vanillaware, and he went into the fucking mountains of Japan to kind of live a more simple life and to kind of work on this game that he wanted to make. And also 2020, we all well know that was when COVID hit. So he was kind of just developing this game in the meantime. And for the past 6 years, he's kind of been living up in the mountains and the farmlands of Japan and just slowly cranking out this game until I think it got, July 9th is when it came out. So last month. But yeah, there's a couple of articles out there that talk about, everything that he's done going into this game. It's supposed to be a role-playing game that's like based off of game books, which, from my understanding, would have been like, hey, here's this book about this fantasy setting. You're going to be playing this character. All right, so we're going to start the adventure. Turn to page 1. Okay? You go through the introduction, you read through. All right, you come up to the scenario. Which decision do you decide to make? Do you go with decision A or decision B? Okay, you go with decision A. All right, then flip to page 6. Oh, you're going with decision B. Flip to page 10. And then so on and so forth as you're kind of. It's not so much a choose your own adventure, but you're kind of going through this narrative, and then you're flipping through this game book, going down the different pathways that you're kind of selecting. For this game in particular, there's 2 protagonists. Havelock, the barbarian or warrior, and then Paneri, the mage. And they're both kind of dealing with similar stuff, but you're going to be choosing one protagonist and then kind of going through their story. So since this is kind of, tabletop game related, I wanted to check this out. Since, we're not playing Pathfinder tonight, so I at least wanted to get some of my RPG fix in. Whoops. There's also a little bit. And it does have a little bit of a dice system, and essentially also, as you're kind of going through the book, you also have your character sheet that's on the side that kind of shows you your hit points, your level, your inventory, and then all of those things kind of have like a usage to them. So you're kind of going through all of that stuff little by little as you're kind of going through the adventure. And yeah, apparently this is, had some inspirations from games like Sorcery or Wizardry. Interesting names. I've not played the Wizardry games. That's something I wanted to take a look at some point, but don't know when that's gonna end up happening. But yeah, I guess we can watch the initial trailer. Hopefully this isn't too loud either.
俺の名前はハベロック。よろしくな。また後でな。死ぬなよ。
私の名前はパネリ。よろしく。安心して。ここは安全なところよ。
これはお美しい。お初にお目にかかる。私めはギルディと申します。我らはこれからイーグボル王女をお救いし、諸悪の根源たる。
Well, that's probably another thing I should mention. The game is just voiced in Japanese, so does have English translation. But yeah, all the voice acting is going to be in Japanese. Again, this was made by a solo person, so not a whole lot could have been done from a voice acting standpoint. So yeah, just a little bit of a tease. There is a demo that's out on Steam. I think he has said that he does want to put it out on consoles now that it's come out on PC. It's playable on Steam Deck. So if that's the case, I'm imagining it could come out on Switch too. But yeah, the game is out on PC, so let's crack it open. Also, I do have a controller plugged in, but I'm not going to use it. This is a game where you wield a pencil and some dice as your weapons, and journey through a world of swords and sorcery. You become the hero of the tale, setting off on an adventure to the dark castle, where a mysterious witch resides. Along the way, dreadful monsters and deadly traps will be waiting for you. With good judgment and a bit of luck, you might just make it back alive. Now then, steel your courage and set out.
ん？誰か来たな。おお、そうか。すまんすまん。本の置き場がなくてな。ようこそ我が書斎へ。さてお客人よ、今日は何用かな。おお、待った。言わずとも分かっとる。本じゃな。それも暗黒城の魔女じゃ。お前さん、目の付けどころが良いのう。まあ、どこでこの本の話を聞きつけたのかは詮索せんよ。不思議な場所じゃろう。ここはお前さんの世界とわしの世界のちょうど中間の地点じゃ。わかっとる。わかっとるよ。お前さんの言いたいことはようわかっとる。早く始めると言うんじゃろう。これからお前さんにはある本の中のエリシングという町に赴いて魔女イヌボーグの野望を阻止してほしいんじゃ。今でも町は十分ひどいことになっておるんじゃが、これ以上放っておくと取り返しのつかないとんでもなく恐ろしいことが起こってしまうんでな。始める前に断っておくが、この本はわしがもう少し若い頃に書いたもんじゃから、本の中では格好をつけてお前さんのことを君と呼んどる。ここは勘弁してほしい。ああ、それでは今から危険と後悔に満ちた。いや違うな。そうそう、これじゃ。夢と冒険の世界へいざ旅立ちじゃ。なんじゃ、別の世界へブワーッとかなんとか飛んでくかとでも思ったか。ここがもう別の世界じゃからな。机の上を見てほしい。まずはお前さんの分身として冒険に出るものを決めよう。候補は2人、それぞれ別々の本になっておる。1人目は戦士じゃ。剣一つで危険を退ける戦いの達人。2人目は魔法使いじゃ。不思議な魔法で奇跡を起こす未知の探求者。さあ、お前さんはどちらの人物を選ぶかのう。
Alright, so like I said, there's two protagonists in this game. You can go through the story as the warrior, Havelock, or the mage, Paneri. We're gonna do warrior first.
決まったようじゃな。一度選んだ分身は冒険が終わるまで変更できん。
Yeah, once you
こ
choose
れ
your
は
other self, you have to go
魂
through
に
it to the
働
very
きかけ
end.
る魔法なんでな。このまま始めてよいかな。
Start with this character. Yes.
あと、わかりにくい言葉は違うインクで書いとる。 お前さんに見えとる印を重ねればその言葉の意味も理解できるじゃろう。他にもその印で机のものを調べたり動かしたりできるからいろいろ触ってみるんじゃな。よし、準備ができたぞい。始める前にこの戦士について少し話しておこう。戦士の名はハベロック。瞳に優しさと勇気を宿した大男。
So yeah, Havelock the warrior. And like I said, as this adventure goes on, we'll be using our character sheet off to the right here with our inventory, various different items that we'll be collecting throughout the game. Also, there is one thing. Oh no, that just straight turned it. Okay. I don't think there's a way to turn down sound. Hopefully it's not too loud.
彼の最古の記憶は夜の森の中。美しい魔女の後ろをついて歩く記憶だ。魔女の名はイヌボーグ。幼い彼の育ての親だった。
His name is Ingeborg. Famed witch of the forest, rumor says she led a revolt in the royal capital, Erishing, and was imprisoned. So yeah, we'll see words that are in a different color, and we just hover over it, and we'll get more information as to what that's about.
魔女イヌボーグは木製のゴーレムディッテとともに剣術や馬術、会話術から算術とありとあらゆる技術と知識を彼に身につけさせた。
So golems, a non-living object animated by magic and granted a soul. And then yeah, Ingeborg.
7年後のある夜、魔女は何の予告もなく彼を棺に押し込み、私が良いと言うまでここから出てはいけないと言って蓋をした。彼が入った棺は馬車でしばらくの間運ばれたが、再び蓋が開かれそうになった時、彼はなぜか意識を失った。どれほど時が経過したのか、蓋の隙間から差す光で彼は目を覚ました。魔女の名をいくら呼んでも返事がない。棺の中から蓋を蹴破り外に出ると、そこは全く知らない異国の地だった。呆然とさまよう彼が最初に出会ったのは不運にも野蛮な奴隷商人だった。
So poor kid. He was told to go into the box and then, come out when she says so. But unfortunately, that box seemed to have been traveled to somewhere different. And the first person he met when he came out of the box was a slave trader. That sucks.
彼は奴隷として捕まり、その後売られて若い商人が所有する剣闘士集団の一員となった。
And he became a gladiator.
まだ幼さの残る彼は闘技場ですぐに殺されてしまうだろうと誰もが予想した。
However, they thought that he would end up dying young, but he did not.
彼は強かったのだ。幾多の対戦相手を打ち破り無敗を誇った。
He actually became stronger.
彼はコツコツと貯めた賞金で自らを買い自由を得た。
Strong enough that he was undefeated in the Colosseum, and then eventually with all the prize money that he was winning from all his battles, he bought his own freedom.
それから彼はすぐさま故郷に帰ることを決めた。
With his newfound freedom, he decided to leave and return home.
彼を育ててくれた魔女イヌボーグが 王都エリシングで謀反を起こしたとの噂を聞いて。
Then hearing that the witch that had raised him was in the royal capital of Erishing, having led a rebellion. Erishing being the royal capital of, I guess, the country of Yuran.
心の準備は良いかな。では始めるとしよ
う。You're now heading for Yuran's royal capital, Erishing. So, means we'll actually save while we're at it. Alright. Yuran's regent, Duke Torigi, who is the regent of Yuran, elder brother of the late King Rolf, governing since Rolf's death. So, Yuran's regent, Duke Torigi, welcomed the famed witch of the forest, Ingeborg, as court mage, and proclaimed to other nations that Yuran was a mighty realm of magic. Not long after, a mysterious plague spread through the royal capital of Erishing. At the same time, reports of uncanny monsters came one after another from Romborg Castle, which stands at the heart of Erishing. The source of this calamity is the witch, Ingeborg, invited into the castle. She is plotting to overthrow the kingdom. Such rumors spread like mold among the weary people, and Yuran, so recently jubilant to welcome a court mage, found dark clouds suddenly gathering overhead. And 3 months ago, the witch Ingeborg was, at last, imprisoned by order of Duke Torigi. Alright. So, if the map you obtained is accurate, then once you pass through this forest, the towering city wall of the royal capital Erishing should spread out before you. A deer is walking ahead of you, but the moment it notices you, it hurries off and vanishes into a thicket alive with robin song. 7.5 days have passed since you set out, and the afternoon light is beginning to slant. Though you should be near a great city, there is no sign of travelers, and you begin to worry you may have lost your way. And yet, you cannot bring yourself to turn back. From the weariness of the road, you can no longer tell whether your legs are sticks or the sticks are your legs. For you, who, as a gladiator, lived almost like a captive, this long journey can only be called grueling. When you emerge from the forest and step into the dazzling sunlight, the fierce sun lights the sky and mountains as far as you can see, the vast fields, and the imposing city wall. The enormous city wall stretches beyond the edges of your vision, overwhelming any who behold it. It seems you have reached the fortress city of Erishing, Yuran's royal capital. All at once, you begin to notice something fighting fiercely right before the gate. There are no other people in sight, and it does not look like play or training. A strange tension quickens your heart. At last, you can no longer hold yourself back, and forgetting the weariness in your legs, you break into a run. As you draw closer, you begin to understand what is happening. Locked in battle are a human woman and a gigantic stone golem, which, as we saw, or as we highlight, a non-living object animated by magic and granted a soul. That golem has booba. It does have booba. Definitely does, now that I look at it. The woman looks like a witch. She wears a wide-brimmed pointed hat and holds a long staff. Her opponent is a tireless magical creature created by the mage. You fought golems many times since childhood, so you know well how troublesome they can be. It seems the golem is the city's gatekeeper. To keep the witch from approaching the gate, it swings its great boulder-like arms and blocks the way. Now then, my friend, your first battle comes early. what do you do?
選んでおくれ。
So like I had said earlier, this is kind of not so much a choose your adventure. Well, I guess it is a choose your adventure. But depending on like what decision you want to go with, you'll flip to another page and then continue from there. So we got two choices. Either we can help the witch fight the golem, or we can hold back and watch for a moment. I'm gonna fight the golem, because then we'll get into the actual combat system. Help the witch fight the golem. Normally, battle should be avoided, but this time it cannot be helped. You quickly take up a stance to attack the golem.
まず行動値の判定じゃ。
Okay, first we'll make an action value check. To attack an enemy, you must first make a action value check.
お前さんの白いサイコロと相手用の赤いサイコロを2つずつ振り、出た目の合計にそれぞれのレベルを足した数が行動値となる。
Did it say you've been fighting since you were a child? Yeah, I guess he kind of has been, because he was trained by the witch that found him, and then he was brought into the Colosseum as a slave to fight as a gladiator. So yeah, he's kind of been mostly fighting for the majority of his life. Alright, so roll 2 white dice for you and 2 red dice for the enemy. 4 dice in total at the same time. And then add each total to that side's level. The result is the side's action value. So we have 2 white 6-sided dice for ourselves. We roll that, we add the total together, and then we add our level. And then, as it's going to eventually say, so add your level to the total of your 2 white dice, that becomes your action value. And then add enemy's level to the total of the 2 red dice, that becomes the enemy's action
行
value.
動値が大きかった方の攻撃が命中するぞ。
And then whichever side has the higher action value scores a hit. So if your action value is higher than enemies, your attack hits, and you may subtract your attack from the enemy's defense. Then that difference will become the damage that they take to their hit points. If my action value is lower than the enemy's, an enemy will be able to hit me, and then they'll subtract their attack from my defense, and then they'll subtract from my HP total. If the action values total the same, then neither attack hits. They just cancel out. If you reduce your enemy's hit points to 0, you win. If your hit points fall to 0, you die. So, and then we also have like certain action cards that we can select that will allow us to do certain special maneuvers while we're doing battle. And that's pretty it. It's relatively simple battle system. Just rolling 2 6-sided dice and adding a level, and then you're comparing the results to the enemy, and whoever is higher scores a hit, and then you start factoring in that damage of that hit against your defense, and then that becomes what goes into your HP, and then once your HP drops to 0, you win or lose. Just an action card, and the dice will be rolled automatically, so let's begin.
サイコロを振るんじゃ。
Alright, so this golem is level 6, it has 46 hit points, it has a 13 attack, and it has 6 defense. If we look at our own stats, we're level 8, we have 24 hit points. Our attack is 13 and our defense is 7. The witch joins the attack. At the end of the turn, deal 1d damage. You attack an enemy. Yeah, through this. Alright, so we got 2 options here. We have attack. We can use our equipped weapon or our bare hands, and then that will decrease our durability of our weapon by 1, which the weapon that we currently have equipped is our sword, which has an attack of 6. It has 40 uses, so once we do an attack, we'll mark down 1 and we'll go down to 39. But yeah. White double-edged sword, longsword, Havelock's beloved weapon from his gladiator days, kept in excellent condition. It has wounded many. It has never taken a single opponent's life. So he's a goody two shoes. The other thing that we can do is battle cry. We can spend 2 of our hit points to shout a battle cry. This will increase our hit rate by 1. So that will add, I believe, a +1 to whatever we roll on our 2d6. So that's actually what I'm going to do. We're going to lose some hit points, but we are going to increase our hit rate by 1. Which our hit rate is our level, so that's kind of what's getting back. Alright, now choose an acting card, same deal. Now we're going to start attacking. Alright, so we rolled a 5 and a 3, and then the +1 that we have from the level there, that gets us our 9. So that gets us to 17 overall. The enemy value, they rolled a 5 and a 6. Their level is 6. So they add that 6 in there, that also equals to 17. Since we both rolled 17s, neither one lands a direct hit, and we equal out. Since we have the witch on our side, she's going to be dealing 1 die of damage to the enemy. So they took 4 damage, since she's assisting us. Alright. I don't believe there are critical hits in this system. I think it's just hit or miss. So I'm pretty sure there's not. I've only done the demo, and I don't think there was anything that was covered about critical hits in it, so you don't have to worry about all that. But this time around, we rolled a total of 20. They have a total of 13. So we're above them. Our attack hits. And now, I think if we look at our damage on our sword is a 6. Oh wait, no, sorry. Our attack, my bad. Our attack is 13. Which is what normally we would have done is 13 damage. However, the golem has a defense of 6. So they subtract the 6 from our 13. That's what they got the 7 damage. Math. Also, I guess there's some other stuff from the golem. Female-shaped stone statue that moves smoothly, almost like a living creature, but little else is known. Alright, witch, she deals 6 points of damage. Doesn't look like her damage is being reduced by defense at all. It's just going right through. Now, I don't know if it... I think we may go into it a little bit later. But actually, no, we'll just keep it simple. Keep rolling regular dice. Alright, we rolled a 19 total. They have a 16 total. Our attack hits. Deal another 7 points. Which rolled 2. Again and again, your blows find the golem, yet none is decisive. Your arms feel heavy with fatigue. Your legs too are leaden. The witch at your side seems tired, her moves slowing to a stop, and in the next instant she hurls a bottle of liquid at the golem and chants a short spell. The moment the bottle strikes the golem's knee and shatters, magic light sprays from her outstretched palm like a bundle of needlepoints honed razor sharp. With a sharp crack, an explosion erupts at the golem's feet. Looking closer, you see one knee has been gouged out. The golem goes still, then slowly pitches forward, sinking into a crouch. Now, you have your best chance to bring down the golem. Besides ordinary attacks, weapons also have special techniques of their own. The one-handed sword you carry can perform a targeted strike, aiming for a foe's specific weak point. This is the finishing blow. Using the targeted strike on your action card, where will you aim? So this will unfortunately knock down 10 durability from our weapon, but we are going to know what happens when I do torso. I want to know what happens when I do torso. I'm going to do torso. It seems you've only cracked it a little, with no real effect. This time, make it a finishing blow wherever you aim. Ah, okay, I see now. So that first one was only a grazing hit. This time you need to actually finish it. My sword only has a certain number of uses, so we're gonna go for the forehead. When you strike the golem's forehead, one letter of the word Emmet carved there shatters into fragments. At once, the golem's supple movements cease. It seems you have felled the golem. Perhaps the spell breaks when the golem dies. The stone surface that, until moments ago, stretches and flexes like canned leather loses all suppleness, crumbling of its own accord into a towering heap, grave marker of stone. And in this battle, we got some experience. When your experience reaches 100, your level and your HP each go up by 1, and you grow a little bit stronger. Thank you, you saved me. Together, you rejoice in your victory over a formidable foe. She asks you, did you know the golem's weakness? But when you give only a vague reply, she explains that the first letter vanishes from Emmet, which is truth. On the golem's forehead, it becomes Met, or I am dead, and that is how you defeat the golem. It aims for the booba. It wasn't a chance. It wasn't a choice for me to hit, unfortunately. That probably would have been the first place I strike at, though. To be honest. Okay, so her name is Paneri, and that's we had seen when I first started this. She's the other protagonist of the story. If I had chosen her, I probably would have gone through the same battle, but with her being the participant and then Havelock being the backup. It seems she has come to the royal castle in search of a certain nun who vanished without a trace. She says there was a golem at the nearest north gate from here, and another at the south gate on the opposite side as well. Most likely each gate has a golem. It is an unnatural state of affairs to have dangerous golems at the city gates. Even inside the city, there's no telling what dangers may await. Since your aims aligned, you decide to enter the city together. Closed though it is, the city gate is unbolted. You put your strength into it and push the heavy doors open. Inside the gate, it is dim, like a small cave. You can truly feel the thickness of the wall that encircles the entire city. Pass through the gate with care, on your guard. Beyond the gate, you come into a broad street, but there is not even a gatekeeper, no sign of people at all. Shop-lined streets seem to hold their breath, silent and still, an empty shell. Only your footsteps are swallowed up by a deserted main street. What happened to the city? Doors left standing open, toppled barrels of fruit, clothing scattered across the ground. Now and then you catch the smell of something rotten. There's someone over there, Paneri says, pointing toward the far end of the street. A lone man stands in the street's shadows. His arm hangs slack at his side and he begins to walk towards you, slowly. You're worn out from a journey that you aren't used to, but the man coming toward you looks far more exhausted. You raise a hand to greet him and draw a deep breath. No, you catch it in your throat. The man's skin is ashen and drained of color, as his clothes are smeared with blood and grime, making him look utterly unkempt. The foul stench from earlier must be coming from him. When you look closer, you see his eyes have clouded over, milky, sightless, and yet he comes straight for you. Worse still, his steps are speeding up, little by little. Something is clearly wrong. Yeah, this man dead, he a zombie. Even when you warn him, don't come any closer, he does not stop. You know it at once, a walking corpse, spoken of in legends and tales. This must be one of the living dead. Reeking of death, drool spilling from its mouth, it lunges at you. You swiftly dodge aside and move to strike back.
サイコロ2つとレベルを足した数が大きい方の勝ちじゃ。
Alright, Wizard, you're saying a whole bunch of stuff. You didn't translate it. Anywho, we're fighting against the living dead. Alright, so this is a living dead or zombie. It's level 7, has 16 hit points, has an attack of 8 and a defense of 0. It moves, yet looks like a corpse. Reeking of rot, it lunges at you. Little else is known. Alright, we are going to do a battle cry. Raise our hit rate. Alright, we do have a shield available to us, though I don't know if I want to use it for this guy. Also, we do have the focus strike attack that does... Oh, okay, so there is criticals. It's essentially 2 times damage. Choose a target part and guarantee a critical, guarantee a hit, which is critical, which is 2 times damage. But it does reduce my weapon usage by 10. So I don't really want to do that on this thing. Or I could, but I don't have a ton of uses on my weapon. So yeah. We're just gonna do a normal attack. Yeah, that's gonna hit. We rolled a total of 20, they did a 15, so we connect. And our weapon, our attack does 13, so we do 13 total damage. This thing does not have any defense, so it does not get reduced by anything.
いいぞ、次ももらおう。行動値の判定じゃ。
We'll do another attack. That's still, yep, still ends up being better. You roll 16, they got 13. And that will fell them. Judging by the state of decay, the fallen one does not seem to have been dead for very long. Then where is this foul stench coming from? This reek now so strong it makes you want to choke. Hey, look. Yeah, at Paneri's voice, you lift your gaze, only to find several of the living dead already in front of you, closing in. Like insects swarming to a torch, the mindless dead, by their curse, are drawn to the flame of your life. When you look back, countless dead sway in rows along the main road you came from, blocking the exit route from the city. Your retreat has already been cut off. Run, Paneri shouts. You think she's right. What do you do, my friend? Alright, we can go either the right road or the left road. I'm gonna go down the right road. As you break into a run, Paneri dashes down a different road. Let's both survive and meet again. Paneri waves wildly and shouts at the top of her lungs, trying to draw the living dead's attention. Half of the undead go after Paneri, and the other half follow you. Even so, there's still too many to handle. For you, unfamiliar with the city, running around too much is hardly wise. What do you do, my friend? Alright, so we have 4 different choices. We can run into the nearest house, we can hurry into the left alley, we can turn right at the corner up ahead, or we can try and slip between some of the living dead ahead of us. You can die in this. Essentially, if I remember correctly, if you do die, you'll either go back to the last checkpoint that you were at, or you may have to start all over again. So I'm going to try and not die as best as I can. I think we are going to... We're going to try the nearest house. You sprint for the nearest house and slam into the door as if to shoulder it open. Flip a coin to see whether it opens. It's heads. Well, heads is the only thing that we can do. The door isn't locked. It opens easily. Behind you, one of the undead, quick on its feet, bears down on you. You leap into the entryway and quickly pull the door shut behind you. Just in the nick of time, the horde slams into the door. Outside, the living dead scrape and scratch at the door like cats sharpening their claws. My friend, you either look around or you reinforce the door against the undead. I'm gonna try and see if there's anything I can do real quick. Look around. Inside the house is deathly silent. You sense nothing moving. You walk softly, careful not to make a sound. In this spacious room stand 4 large round tables. A tavern, perhaps? Is the towering heaps of clutter on each table tell you this place has not been used for a long time. At the back of the room, you can see a staircase leading to the 2nd floor and an entrance to what looks like a kitchen. We're gonna check the kitchen. Along the left wall stands an old-fashioned hearth, a shelf of cooking tools, and rows of dishes. The back door straight ahead has been nailed shut with several planks. A thin layer of dust has settled on the hearth, and around it, it seems a long time has passed since this place was last used. In the center of the room is a table set for 6, and beside an overturned chair lies a single citrus fruit that looks fresh. Just as you try to go farther in, a loud noise comes from the entryway. You rush to the entryway, wondering what it is, only to find the door broken and several living dead spilling into the room. In an instant, you are surrounded by an undead horde. You should have reinforced the door so it wouldn't give so easily. A swarm of living dead piles on to you. Go to 14. And dead. You are dead, like a pebble tumbling into an open grave. Your soul returns to the primal light, and in time your body will mingle with the earth atop your coffin. But if you wish, my friend, you may start your adventure over or rewind time just a little bit. Yeah, that was fast. Yeah, you can die real quick. So apparently, Nishimura wanted to have this game kind of based on game books that were kind of, I don't know if it's a popular, but at least prevalent. Like, I want to say this was back in like the 80s, something around that time. These kind of adventure game books that people would be able to kind of pick up and go through, like their kind of choose their own little fantasy adventure thing. And those books did not pull punches. Things could get you killed very quickly. So yeah, it's not unexpected. All right, so just by dying, you have a couple of options. Rewind time a little bit, start from the beginning of the adventure, or end the adventure. And I'm assuming you would be able to start with a new protagonist. We're just gonna
時
rewind
間を
time a
少し
little bit.
戻そう。
Yeah, because I was thinking about that. I was like, yeah, I just opened the door, but I didn't do anything about the door after I opened it and went inside. So, yeah, I was wondering how long it was going to take before I ended up getting killed, or before that door got broken down. All right. You leap into the entryway and pull the door shut behind you. Just in the nick of time, the horde slams into the door. Outside, the living dead scrape and scratch at the door like cats sharpening its claws. My
よ
friend,
く
you,
考えて決めるんじゃ。
we're gonna reinforce the door against the undead. You drag a heavy table in front of the door and pile chairs on top of it. That should keep you safe for a while. As the tension breaks, a deep fatigue washes over you. It seems the undead's groans outside are gradually growing louder. By contrast, the house is deathly silent, and you sense nothing moving. You walk softly, careful not to make a sound. And then, same deal. We see the staircase that goes to the second floor and to
選
the
択肢
kitchen.
は2つじゃ。
Still gonna check out the kitchen. So yeah, along the left wall stand an old-fashioned hearth, a shelf for cooking tools, and a row of dishes. The back door straight ahead has been nailed shut with several planks. A thin layer of dust has settled on the hearth and around it. It seems a long time has passed since this place was last used. In the center of the room is a table set for 6, and beside an overturned chair lies a single citrus fruit that looks fresh. You glance toward the fallen chair and turn, only to notice a plain, unassuming door beneath the stairs.
選択肢は4つもあるぞ。
Alright. We're gonna take the fruit. First off, pick up the citrus. It seems a few days have passed since it was harvested, yet its skin is taut and glossy, and it carries a fresh scent. Examine other parts of the kitchen. We're gonna look outside through the back door's small window. Behind the building seems to be a wide shared garden. It might be a lovely sight in ordinary times, but you can see at least 6 undead out there. It would be dangerous to go outside from here.
ここは
Alright, we're gonna check the wall of the earth. So it really is a place that serves food. Shelves are packed with cooking utensils, well-used dishes, and jars of spices and seasonings. There doesn't seem to be anything else of note.
ここは
Alright, so the last thing is the door beneath the stairs. You put your hand on the door beneath the stairs. It seems to be locked from the
こ
inside.
こは
We can either try to force the door open or knock on it. I think we're gonna first knock on it. When you knock, you hear a distinct sound from below. You call out, "Is anyone there?" After a moment, a man's voice answers from below. Are you one of the living? Then, without waiting for your reply, you hear 2 or 3 people climbing the stairs. You hear the lock being undone, and the door slowly opens. From the gloom emerge an old man, a little girl, and a woman who seems to be her mother. The old man squints against the light as he speaks. It seems they have been hiding in the basement these past 3 days. It seems the child vomited earlier, and the girl's mother has a high fever as well. These 3 are nearing their limits in both strength and spirit. You tell them, "We can't stay here," and promise to protect everyone. The old man replies, simply, "I'll follow you."
よく考える
You. Either we can figure out how to escape the city or learn more about what's happening in the city. I'm gonna do that because we have no idea what's going on. You ask them what the city is like now, but they say they don't know. They have been hiding ever since undead appeared. In this heavy silence, as you ponder what to do next, the sound of furious pounding comes from outside the door. Bang, 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 bang. It's the sound of someone pounding on the door. Open up, a man's voice calls. It's coming from the house's front door. I mean, it's dangerous out there. We'll wait and see. Hey, you're in there, aren't you? The man's frantic voice carries the door. I don't want to keep being an asshole. We'll go to the front door now. Someone pounds hard on the door again. If you mean to open it, you'll have to move the stacked tables out of the way. We'll clear it. The moment the door opens, a young man rushes inside. Ah, thank you, he gasps. You shut the door at once, and with the man's help, you shift the tables back, locking it again. Name's Gildy. Nice to meet you. The young man limps as he offers you a handshake. It looks like he hurt his leg. You know, someone having an injury in the middle of a zombie panic, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna take a closer look at you. A handsome young man with golden hair and a blue eye. His hands are clean without a single scratch. He must be used to a comfortable life. His injury doesn't seem severe, but it does look quite painful. Better not be bitten, sir. Alright, Gildy. He's a court musician, hampered by a leg injury from escaping the castle. That castle is Romborg Castle, a black castle that towers above Central Estuary. Lately, the city's people have been calling it the Dark Castle. Alright. Gildy says he worked as a court musician at Romborg Castle, which stands at the center of the city. He'd been kept in the castle's prison these past few days and says he's shocked by how much the city has changed. He says he escaped the prison this morning and fled the castle, but injured his foot along the way and couldn't move. When he saw you enter this house, he called out for help. I'm gonna ask about, why were you in prison, sir? I panicked and botched it, Gildy says, scratching his head in embarrassment as he tries to brush it off. Okay, you didn't answer my question. That still makes me suspicious of you. Alright. Your work as a court musician. I'm a musician hired by the witch Ingeborg, he says. I play the harpsichord. Okay, so he knows the person that we lived with. What about your injured foot? Or injured leg? He says he was bitten by one of the living dead while fleeing. Even without help, he can still manage to walk on his own. Oh, hell no. If you were bitten by one of the living dead, motherfucker, it is only a matter of time before you turn. I should stab you at this point. But stabbing you is not one of the options. You introduce the three downstairs to Gildy. A discussion begins about how to get out of here. Just then, something shatters upstairs and falls with a crash. You lift a finger to your lips. Everyone there strains their ears. Faint footsteps come from above. The old man whispers, from the attic. Asks the old man, what's in the attic? The old man answers, it's a cramped room with a low ceiling, and it's used for storage now. You swallow hard and set foot on the stairs. Look, guess we're gonna check it out. As you begin climbing the stairs to the attic, the door slowly opens right before you. A swordsman in a red cloak appears. Survivors, thank goodness. The man seems overjoyed to have found you. His name is Grim. As you can see, I'm a swordsman, he says by way of a quick introduction. Alright, where did you come from? He says he came from the safe zone in the north of the city, enclosed by the city wall. Okay, why did you come here? It seems he's been moving from rooftop to rooftop, going house by house in search of survivors. Alright, what about the situation outside? He answers that the living dead have gathered around this house, but there were none on the street where he came from. He then proposes, let's head for the safe zone in the north of the city via the streets on the other side. Hearing what Grim has to say, I mean, I don't know about the rest of them, but honestly, the rooftops seem pretty safe. You decided it would be best to move over the rooftops, the way Grim came here. Also, Grim, Master Swordsman who rose to Knight Commander through repeated feats, now wanders after renouncing his inheritance. After talking it over, you decide to move from house to house over the rooftops, and then cross the street, taking the shortest routes to the city wall, climbing the flanking tower, and enter the safe zone. The flanking tower is a watchtower jutting out from the castle wall. This flanking tower makes it easy to shoot at enemies trying to scale the wall. The flanking tower is a tower built into the city wall with stairs inside that lead up onto the top of the wall. If you make your way along the wall above, you should have almost no contact with the undead. Leave it to me, Grim says, volunteering to guide you. Yeah, we got a problem.
このままゆっくりとその本を読んでおっては、今に亡者どもの大集団がここいら一帯になだれ込んできて、脱出が完全に不可能になってしまう。それまでにこの家を抜け出し、ある場所にたどり着いてもらわんといかん。
I guess. So now we're being introduced to a new thing.
その通りじゃ。まあ、ぐずぐずしているようには思えんかったが、こうなっては仕方あるまい。ここと本の中の世界は微妙につながっとる。したがって、本の中で急がんといかん場合は、この世界でも急がんといかん。皆を救うには、この世界で今から3分以内にことを終わらせることじゃ。
To save everyone, you must finish this little part within 3 minutes.
何 ?3 分測るのが面倒じゃと良いものがある。これじゃ。これは3分間だけを測れる。その名も3分時計。
The 3-minute clock.
3分しか測れんのじゃが、オーガが踏んでも壊れんかったし。冬のシメルビアグ山の頂上でも止まらんかった。寒さにも強い時計じゃ。まあ今は関係ないでな。では始まりじゃ。
Alright, you climb. I don't know if I have the time to actually read this, but you know what? We're just gonna keep moving. Small gap to the next roof. Jump could jump it, but hard for a child or anyone with limited mobility. Looking around, you spot some nailed boards. You could pry them off and use them as a bridge. Alright, we have a die roll to see if our luck is good, and we make the leap to the next room. 6. Looks like if we roll a 1, things are bad. If we roll above a 1, we're good. We leap to the next roof with ease. Alright, we start prying the large board off the dormer, bridges to the roof, wobbles a little but should hold. Using the board, you cross several rooftops in quick succession and reach the house on the opposite street. We're gonna check for living or dead. Alright, there's no sign. We should be able to head out onto the street. So we're gonna break the dormer window and go into the house. Smash the window, climb inside. Silence speaks volumes. There's no one here. Alright, hurry down to the first floor. Must have belonged to someone who's tidy. Everything is neat and arranged and spotless. You spot a gaudy book and a letter on the table by the front door. We're just gonna... No, we're actually not even gonna read this. We're just gonna fucking click through all this crap. Actually, you know what? I think I may just have it run out of time and then have it recycled through. Because even though you're skimming, you're still kind of going through. Actually, we still have enough time. Alright, so we went through the book, we peek out, there's nothing here. Slip across the street, it seems safe. Turn around and beckon everyone to follow. Grim takes the rear guard. The injured guildie, the old man, and the child travel slow. Move along the street and come to where you can see the entrance of the flanking tower, and you spot a lone undead. If it's only one that's there, we're just going to take a detour and avoid the living dead. Took a little extra time, but we make it pass. Hey! Boom. Finish within 3 minutes. Granted, I didn't even read whether it was in the book. I just clicked and went ahead.
お前さんと同じ世界の友人が作ってくれたんじゃ。名をフラメルとか言ったかの。まあいい。それからどうなったんじゃ?
But yeah, there will be certain sections in this where it will be timed and you have to start making some quick decisions within that 3-minute time. Alright. The entrance door to the flanking tower seems to be locked. What do you do? We're gonna try and pry it open together. The thick door shatters with a thunderous crash. At the same time, a nauseating stench of rot hits you, and big men in armor burst out. They're living dead soldiers in iron armor. You've got an old man, a child, and even an injured companion, yet there are at least 3 of them. What do you do? We ain't gonna fight this. Well, it would be mean and grim versus these 3, but then we still got other people, so we're just gonna run. Even if you break through the ones ahead, the undead will keep crawling out of the tower one after another. It must be 20 or more. When you look back, my friend, you spot undead behind you too. You're surrounded. Okay, well, we can either give up and surrender, or we can say fuck that and try and think of something. As you refuse to give up, thinking there must be another way, countless arrows skewer the undead behind you. At the same time, you hear a voice barking orders. It seems reinforcements have arrived from somewhere. Close ranks, a powerful man's voice rings out. Soldiers bearing great shields line up to form a flawless defensive wall, thrusting long spears between the shields to pick off the remaining undead. Behind them, more soldiers of the same kind march in layered ranks. A mounted man, who seems to be their commander, signals for you to fall back. You fall back as the soldiers surge forward, moving away from the flanking tower. A phalanx, they're well trained, Grim murmurs, impressed. The undead are cut down one after another, and the area is secure. For the moment, the danger seems to have passed. Well, well, Sir Grim. The man commanding the soldiers approaches Grim with a solemn respect. Grim looks embarrassed. Don't do that, he says. I'm just a commoner now. From the way he speaks with the commander, it seems Grim was once this kingdom's knight commander. Grim clasps the man's hand in a firm handshake and offers his thanks. He also voiced her gratitude.
昨日クヌート陛下よりルーラー騎士団クヌート隊隊長に任命された。今は軍事のすべてを取り仕切っている。
My name is Kiritz. Yesterday, His Majesty Newts appointed me captain of Ruler's Knights, Newt's unit. I now oversee all military affairs. Newt is Euron's crowned prince and heir apparent, yet wholly unloved by the people. Okay, so he's a bit of a dick. Carrots continues. Okay, yeah. Veteran Knight, captain of the Newt unit of the Ruler Knights. Carrots continues. A mage named Paneri asks my knights for aid to rescue you. You led everyone this far. You have my thanks. Carrots peers at your armor with a doubtful look. Are you from Lucifang? Lucifang is an aristocratic nation southeast of Euron. A powerful, multi-ethnic, multi-faith state. 1/8 of its population is enslaved, though. Well, that kind of checks out because we're a slave in the gladiator games, so that makes sense. When you answer, yeah, I was over there until a few days ago. I only arrived in the city today. After a moment, Carrot says, I see. Right now we need anyone who can fight, even alone. Get the head. At Carrot's command, the knights fall into formation and escort you to the city's safe zone. Based on your actions and choices so far, you gained 103 experience, which gets us a level up. We are now level 9. Between the dark cult houses, you see a reddening sky, just as Carrot rides up on horseback and speaks to you. The Black Castle is a rare sight, isn't it? The outer wall is coated with tar and the roofs are laid with obsidian. It's meant to warm the inside of the castle with the sun's light. Carrot goes on, it used to be a fairly comfortable castle, but now it has become the stronghold of sinister monsters. Now everyone calls it the same thing. Dark Castle. Hey, it's the title of the game.
この世界について説明をしておこうかの。はじめに、常しえの神が
First, the eternal God took the forms of fire, wind, water, and earth, cooling and hardening them to create the land. Then beings from other dimensions came, and all manner of life forms were created. Humans were born last of all. And 2,000 years ago, a visitor to this world, Holger, brought magic to humankind. Holger's mighty magic made the world prosper, but it sparked even fiercer conflict. To put an end to that strife, Holger's descendants scattered across the lands and founded nations. Those descendants, now rulers in their own realms, kept a secret pact, stirring up wars at set intervals, even now to maintain control over the people. Truly, it is a world of swords and sorcery. And the city you've reached is Erishing, the royal capital of Euron, a natural fortress jutting out into the western sea. It's also where one who first brought magic first set foot into the world. Its population is about 20,000. It may sound small compared to your world, but here it counts as a great city. So led by Carrots, captain of the Knights, you have reached the safest zone in the royal capital of Erishing. So that was a little bit of an exposition about the worlds that we inhabit for this little adventure. As you pass through the heavily guarded gate, Paneri comes running up. She is glad you are safe. You thank her for calling the Knights. Don't worry, it's safe here, Paneri says, and leads Grim, Gildy, the old man, and his family deeper into the city. Kiritz calls out and stops you. Seems Kiritz, impressed by Havelock's skill, wants him to join a certain operation.
聞いたぞ。お前たちはたった2人で石の巨人を倒したそうじゃないか。
I heard you two took down the stone giant by yourselves, did you?
我が隊も昨日石の巨人と一戦交えたが負傷者が増えるばかりでな。その若さで大したものだ。
My unit fought the stone giant yesterday, but we only ended up with more wounded. For your age, that's impressive, Kiritz praises you. What kind of guy do we say Havelock is? Honestly, he kind of gives me the impression of someone who's rather modest. Like a gentle giant, kind of. So we'll go with modest. You answer, I just got lucky. Kiritz grins and counters, you won't win on luck alone.
その腕を見込んで頼みがある。
The skill of yours is exactly why I have a request, he says, getting to
我ら騎士隊は明日城に赴き、リーグモル王女救出の任に当たる。その際、お前の力を借りたい。我々に同行してくれないか。
Tomorrow, our knights will head to the castle to rescue Princess Ligmore. We need your strength. Will you come with us? Princess Ligmore is Euron's eldest princess. After King Rolf died, she was placed in... What the f... How do you pronounce that? Tistez Abbey in northern Euron.
兵士を志願者含め254名まで集めたが、実戦経験が少ない者ばかりなのだ。
He asks you to join the rescue, adding, including volunteers, I've gathered 254 soldiers, but most of them have little real combat experience. What do you do? I'm gonna say we're gonna hold off on answering. Fair enough, he says with a smile. Any questions? Yeah, let's get some information first as to what's going on before we start agreeing to run back into the city. Alright, we're gonna ask about the city's ruin first.
まったくどうしてこうなったのか。半年前、王都南部で謎の熱病が流行り始めた。日が経つにつれ、病人は増える一方だった。そこで魔女イヌボーグの作った治療薬が配られたのだ。
How did it come to this? Half a year ago, a mysterious fever began spreading in the southern part of the royal capital. With each passing day, the sick only increased. That's when they distributed a remedy made by the witch Ingeborg.
しかし、病は広がり続け、3ヶ月後には町の半数が病気にかかってしまった。はじめは病の原因が不明であったが、ホルム修道院から来た修道女が町を流れる飲用水に毒物が混じっているのを見つけた。
But the illness kept spreading, and 3 months later, half the city had fallen sick. At first, the cause was unknown until a nun from Holm Abbey found poison mixed into the city's drinking water.
しかも、その毒物は魔女の作った薬にも入っていたのだ。この件を受けて、摂政のトエルギ様はすぐさま魔女を捕らえた。そして新たな薬を他の魔術師に作らせ、病人に配った。しかし、
Worse still, that poison was in the witch's medicine as well. Once this came to light, the regent Torgi had the witch seized at once. He then had other mages make a new medicine and distribute it to the sick, but
新たな薬の効果が間に合わなかったのか、それとも他の魔術師も魔女の手先だったのか、真相はわからないが、現状を見る限り最悪の結果になってしまった。
Either the new medicine worked too late or the other mages were the witch's pawns. I can't say, but from what we see, it's the worst outcome. couple of questions here. Why not leave the city?
そうだな。それには理由が3つある。
Right, there are three
1つ目
reasons.
は、お前が来たことで状況は変わりつつあるが、まず町の門に立ちふさがる石の巨人の脅威だ。
First, your arrival is starting to change things, but the threat is the stone giant blocking the city gate.
強行突破すれば半数以上は無傷で脱出できるだろう。だが怪我人が出るのは無論のこと、死人も多く出るだろう。そんな凄惨な光景を目の当たりにして女子供が門をくぐれるかどうか。
If we forced our way through, more than half could likely escape unscathed, but there would, of course, be wounded, many dead as well. After witnessing such a gruesome scene, could women and children even bring themselves to pass through the gate?
もちろんあの石の巨人を破壊できるなら。
Also, we can review what's being said. Of course, it'd be another matter if we could destroy that
2
stone
つ目の理
giant.
由は10日前に遡るのだが、ルシファング国の軍勢が町を包囲しているので、城壁の外に出ることを固く禁ずと町に触れが出ていたのだ。
The second reason goes back 10 days. A notice went out through the city claiming the army of Lucifan Kingdom had surrounded us and strictly forbidding anyone to go outside the wall. Well, Lucifan Kingdom was where we came
大多
from.
数の者がこれを信じて町を出ることに反対している。
Most people believe it and oppose leaving the
隣
city.
国ルシファングの侵攻については半年前から噂が立っていた。だが我が隊の調べではそのような兆候は全く見られない。
Rumors of an invasion by our neighbor, Lucifang, have been circulating for half a year, but our patrols found no sign of
た
it.
だ怪しげな集団が町の外にいるのは確かだ。我らが帰還した時も遠くで動くいくつかの騎兵の姿を目撃した。
Still, it's true there's a suspicious group outside the city. When we returned, we even saw several mounted riders moving in the distance.
3つ目の理由は城に残された王族の安否だ。特に我らは王家に仕える身だからな。自分たちだけ逃げ出すわけにはいかんのだ。
The third reason is the fate of the royals left behind in the castle. We, in particular, serve the royal house. We cannot be the only ones to flee.
ニーグモル王女が城内に幽閉されているという話もある。兄君のクヌート陛下がそれをお見捨てにはなられないだろう。
There are even rumors that Princess Ligmore is being confined inside the castle. His Majesty, her brother Newt, would not abandon her. Alright, well, what happened to the king?
お前も知ったこととは思うが、
I think we already saw this, but you may know this,
今我
but
が国に王はおられない。
at present, our kingdom has no king.
ユラン王家には稀に特別な魔法の力を持つ方がいらっしゃる。呪文や道具などの対価なしに魔法を権限させるのだ。
In Yuren's royal house, there are, rarely, those born with a special magical power. They can work magic without spells or tools.
戦王ロルフ陛下は一瞬で物を移動させる力を持っていた。そのお父君は物の大きさを自由に変える力をお持ちだったらしい。
His late Majesty, King Rolf, could move objects in an instant, and it seems his father could freely change the size of objects. So, telekinesis and things of that
そ
nature.
のような特別な魔法はホルガーの魔法と呼ばれている。
Or, such special magic is called Holger's magic. Well, we know that Holger, the one who taught humanity about magic 2,000 years ago, Holger's magic means a special art inherited from him.
我が国ではホルガーの魔法を持つ者が王となる資格を得るのだ。ただ王家はこのところご難続きでな。
In our kingdom, one who bears Holger's magic earns the right to become king. Oh, that simplifies it. But the royal family has suffered one misfortune after another of late.
現在ホルガーの魔法を持つ方がいらっしゃらないのだ。
Oh, never mind. At present, there is no one who possesses Holger's magic. I mean, what's the scenario that someone outside the royal family has Holger's magic? Do they just automatically become royalty and become king?
なので今は王不在のまま戦王ロルフ陛下の兄君であらせられるトエルギ大公爵が摂政としてこの国を治めておいでだ。
And so, with no king upon the throne, Grand Duke Torugi, elder brother of the late King Rolf, now rules this land as regent.
しかしそのトエルギ様も
Even Lord Torugi, Kiritz lets his shoulders sag and falls silent. Alright, what about the witch Ingeborg?
魔女か。お前とて知らぬはずはあるまい。物語やおとぎ話にも登場するあの魔女イヌボーグ本人だ。
The witch, you say? You can't claim you've never heard of her. It's that very witch from Tales and Fairy Stories, Ingeborg herself.
1年前イヌボーグは宮廷魔術師として王城に迎えられた。理由は我が国の権威の問題でな。
A year ago, Ingeborg was welcomed into the royal castle as a court mage. The reason was a matter of our kingdom's standing.
今の王家には残念ながら魔法を行使できる御人がない。他方、隣国の王といえば魔法使いばかりだ。
Sadly, no one in the current royal line can wield magic. Meanwhile, the kings of our neighboring realms are all mages.
そのことを問題視したルーラー教のエーリク司祭の働きかけでその運びとなったのだ。
Priest Eric of the ruler church pressed the issue, and that's what brought her into the court. So Priest Eric is a priest of the ruler church who urged the court to take Ingeborg as its court mage. And the ruler church is one of Arancia's three major faiths. Its creed, obeying God's will is everything. Oh, that's lovely.
高名な魔女イヌボーグの宮廷入りは他国に対する牽制になるだろうと。
Bringing the renowned witch Ingeborg into the court would deter the other nations, he said.
これが間違いのもとだった。イヌボーグは我が国を滅ぼそうとしている悪鬼だったのだ。
That was the root of our mistake. Ingeborg was a fiend, one who seeks to destroy our kingdom.
物語は夢物語だったし、おとぎ話とはよく言ったものだ。
Stories were nothing but dreams, fairy tales, as they
だ
say.
がこれも今は捕らえられ、牢獄の中で死を待つのみとなっている。
Even so, she has been captured, and now she waits for death in her cell.
あれは化け物なのだ。俺はあの時確かに。だから檻の中とて油断してはならない。
Something got him shook. But she's a monster. I saw it back then. I know I did. So even in a cage, you mustn't let her guard down. He finishes as if speaking to himself. Guess there's something else.
あの魔女が来てから国はおかしくなった。蔓延する病、城に怪物が出るとの噂、隣国の侵略。数日前まで俺はトエルギ様の命で国境付近に出ていた。
Ever since that witch arrived, the realm has gone mad. Spreading plague, rumors of monsters in the castle, an invasion from our neighbor. Until a few days ago, I was near the border on Lord Torgi's orders.
領内に侵攻中のルシファング軍の動きをつかむためだった。だが、この情報はおそらく虚偽だ。
It was to learn the movements of the Lucifang army, supposedly invading our lands. But that information was likely false. Yeah, that seems about right. It was probably just to make defenses weaker.
俺は城を離れるべきではなかった。すべて魔女の策謀に違いない。
I never should have left the castle. This must all be the witch's scheme. Now this seems a bit odd because at least from the very outset of the story, it doesn't sound like the witch Ingeborg. Well, I don't know how well we're supposed to have known her, but it didn't seem like she was a bad person. Something may have changed that. Who knows? But now she's the schemer and she's taken over the castle and let this undead plague across the whole capital city. Yeah, seems a bit odd.
城に出入りしていたお前と同行していたあの学士の話ではすでにトエルギ様は亡くなられたと聞いている。だがニーグモル王女は監禁されてはいるがご無事とのことだ。
From what I've heard from that musician who came and went from the castle, the one traveling with you, must be talking about Ghibli. Lord Torgi has already passed away, but Princess Ligmore, though imprisoned, is said to be unharmed.
王女は今は亡きロルフ陛下のご息女でトエルギ様の命にあたる方だ。
The princess is the daughter of the late King Rolf and Lord Torgi's niece.
我々は明日暗黒城より王女をお救いする。もう一度言うが、お前の手を貸してもらいたい。救出が成功すれば、無論褒美を出すぞ。
Tomorrow we will rescue the princess from the dark castle. I'll say it again, I need your help. If this rescue succeeds, you'll be rewarded, Kiritis says. He also adds, I want you to come by the knight's headquarters later. You. Well, we feel like we owe Kiritis for helping us in the city. Or we go with the knight's to Ingeborg. Well, we do kind of feel like we owe him. Also, Khaleesi, thank you for the raid for coming in. I think I saw you guys were playing. Oh God, I can't remember what it was. It was an RPG that you were playing earlier, right? I could have sworn. I forgot what the title was, but hopefully you guys had a good stream over there. What are we playing tonight? This is Veritas Tales, The Witch of the Dark Castle. So I don't know if you're familiar with a game studio called Vanillaware. Stolen Realm, that's what it was. Yeah, that's like a co-op RPG that you guys were playing. I think I watched a little bit of it. It looked pretty fun. I think I had some other friends who were playing it too. But sorry, tangent. I don't know if you know of Vanillaware. They have made games like Odin Sphere, Dragon's Crown, Grim Grimoire, 13 Sentinels Aegis, things of that nature. Well, one of their developers had left the company, and then he decided that he wanted to make a solo game by himself. So for like the past 6 years, he's been working on this game, and it recently came out last month. It's a kind of choose your adventure RPG. We just kind of started it just now, but pretty interesting. It has a little bit of like a game system to it. So since unfortunately we weren't playing Stolen Fate tonight, our usual Pathfinder game on Mondays, I decided to play this to still get my game fix in. But yeah. Alright, so well, he did kind of save our butts, so we'll say that we owe him. This is a single player game. It's kind of just a single player JRPG. When you reply, you're the ones who saved my life. I want to repay that debt. The captain says, well, that helps.
宿の手配はしてある。詳しい話は騎士隊本部でさせてくれ。そこにクヌート陛下もおられるのでな。
I've arranged lodging. Let me explain the details at the knight's headquarters. His Majesty Newt is there as well, he says, and then leaves. Well, what do we do now? Aha! We have a little map here now. So he said that at the inn, we should be able to check some stuff out. There's also a tavern, and then a whole bunch of other stuff. Let's see the tavern. Get that. We took 2 weeks off, and that's what led us to Storm Realm. Oh, nice. Yeah, I could have sworn some friends of mine were playing it. Were playing Stolen Realm some months back. I don't know if they had ever like finished the game or where they ended up stopping with it. They usually switch between games every so often, so obviously I'm not even surprised if they're going off to something else. But yeah, no. I do like the art style for these types of games. I am a sucker for almost anything that comes out of Vanillaware. So this being from a developer that used to work at Vanillaware, it was pretty much an instant get for me. Oh, that's Jesus! How did I forget that one? Unicorn Overlord was also the most recent game that they made, and that was about 2 years ago at this point. I think it came out summer of 2024. But yeah, that was a strategy RPG that they made, and that was a pretty good one. Alright, you enter a tavern and whose sign reads Irida. Inside is packed with cheerful customers. The owner apparently says, "We're leaving the city anyway," and opens the cask in his cellar for free. The people gathered here must be enjoying themselves more than usual, trying to blow away the gloom. You catch the scent of ale, hear music and laughter, and from a table in the back you hear someone call your name. It's Paneri. Across from her sits Gildy. The two seem to be sharing drinks, snacking on boiled peas. Boiled peas? How is that a tavern snack? You thank Paneri again for earlier. She says, "But you helped me first." Bathed in the lamp's orange light, both Paneri and Gildy look rosy treat. Okay, so they've been drinking for a while. Paneri, especially until now, the image you had of her was all tight and pent-up tension, so seeing her able to catch her breath like this makes her seem quite different. As you pull out a chair, you ask Gildy, "Is your leg alright?" That's true, this motherfucker said that he was bit by a zombie, and I don't goddamn trust him to not turn. But Gildy stands up, rubbing his leg, and says, "I'm fine now." Paneri asks, "How did you hurt your leg?" Gildy answers, "This morning I was fleeing the castle when an undead bit me." Oh, okay, perfect. I was very curious. You think his wound healed too fast, or you ask him if he'll become an undead? I feel like it healed a little too fast. You think it's strange for a bite from the living dead to heal that quickly. Pouring ale into your cups, Paneri asks, "You said you left the castle this morning. What were you doing before that?" Gildy says, "I was in the castle's dungeon until this morning. To be exact, I was thrown in 8 days ago. The day the whole castle went into an uproar like someone had stirred up a hornet's nest." Take a sip of ale, but you can barely taste it. Your mind is on what comes next. Gildy goes on, "And this morning there wasn't a soul left in the castle, not even the guards, so I left my cell." There was no one in the castle. why were you imprisoned? Because you dodged that question last time, motherfucker. When you ask, why were you imprisoned? Gildy says, well, actually, and begins his story. Don't listen, it's too long. You know what? I am actually very curious to know what. Oh yeah, thanks for stopping by, Khaleesi. Hopefully, oh, first day of school back tomorrow. Yeah, get some rest. Hopefully it all turns out well. We're gonna listen to Gildy's story. Alright, maybe this is gonna be long. Gildy says he used to live in what the fuck? El Zesrag? In southern Huron, getting by on burglary and pickpocketing. Life was desperate and hopeless, but by chance, the tavern keeper he'd gotten to know let him try a harpsichord. From then on, he spent his days playing the harpsichord at the tavern. More and more people came to hear him, and his life slowly started to improve. Then one day, the man whose home Gildy had robbed long ago happened to show up at the tavern and beat him in revenge. Oof. You call it what he had coming, but the tavern owner who tried to protect Gildy was hurt so badly he could no longer work. To earn money, Gildy fell back into theft, and then he heard two words. He heard the word of two things: that the national treasure called the Golden Eye was said to be here at Erishing, and that the renowned witch Ingeborg was looking for a court musician. Gildy left Ilzarag at once, went to Ingeborg, and showed off his harpsichord skills. Pleased with the performance, Ingeborg hired him on the spot. While working as a musician, Gildy also scouted the castle and planned how to steal the Golden Eye. Then the chaos erupted. I thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance and stole the Golden Eye, but I was caught on the spot, he said. Just you wait, next time I'll steal it for real, he says, miming both hands pounding on the keyboard. Gildy points at Paneri and says, now it's your turn, tell us your story. Paneri looks back, taken aback at being put on the spot, but after meeting your eyes, she slowly begins to speak. You. Yeah, we'll listen to it too. It seems Paneri has no memories from before 7 years ago. She says she was gravely wounded and near death when the abbess of Holm Abbey. Okay, oh, that's actually the name of the person. Okay. Paneri's mentor, head of Holm Abbey, a communal order devoted to the eternal god, nature worship. When the abbess of Holm Abbey saves her, the amnesia seemed to be an after effect of that injury. After she fully recovered, she studied magic, along with medicine, arithmetic, and martial arts under Holm. Martial arts? 3 months ago, Abbess Holm set out for Erishing after being summoned by the witch Ingeborg. And just the other day, a letter reached the abbey saying that Abbess Holm had gone missing. Mary says the reason she came to the city is to search for the missing Abbess Holm. Gildy pauses, thinking, and says, I see. And then Gildy asks you next, so why did you come to the city? You briefly explain your background and what brought you here. Gildy says, I can't swear the Ingeborg who raised you is the same person as this country's Ingeborg, but at the very least, the Ingeborg who hired me as a court musician was stunningly beautiful. All of a sudden, Gildy stares intently at your hand. By the way, could you show me that ring, he says, pointing at the gold ring you are wearing. Sure. You say Ingeborg told me don't take this ring off, even as you hand it to Gildy. Oh, whoops, I kinda did.
俺がしている指輪と同じ形をしているな。黄金のウロボロスの指輪か。
Just as I thought. Same shape as the ring I'm wearing. Golden Ouroboros ring. Oh, he also has one. Where did you get this? Gildy asked. I've worn it since childhood. Search your memory and answer. Since I was little, I was already wearing this ring when I lived with Ingeborg. Get the ring back and slip it onto your finger. For some reason, Gildy peers curiously into your eyes. In turn, you feel something off about one of Gildy's eyes. You think there's no emotion in that eye? You think the eye is dead. I'm gonna say there's no emotion. You think there's no emotion in Gildy's blue eye as you stare at it.
この目か。実は義眼なんだ。よくできているだろう。
He says, this eye. It's actually a glass eye. Pretty well made, right? He opens it wide, then shows you the other eye he's been hiding in his hair. When Paneri asks why he hides his real eye,
金色の瞳は目立つしな。それに、この目はよく見えすぎるんだ。
Gildy says, in this country, a golden eye stands out, and besides, this eye sees too well. Just then, you feel the ground trembling. Oops, was I not supposed to take off the ring? Is it an earthquake? But the shaking stops at once. The tavern suddenly goes silent. That's it. Paneri, I have a favor to ask, Gildy says, breaking the silence. If you'll excuse me, he says, and leads Paneri away. Okay, why are they leaving? Just then, almost as they pass each other, a man in a red cloak, Grim, comes over to the table. You thank him for guiding you. No, I botched the last part. I never imagined the undead spirits were packed into the flanking tower. Still, I'm glad we both made it out alive. He is the former Grand Master of the Ruler Knights. He stepped down, taking responsibility for failing to protect the late king, and now wanders the land. He says he returned to the city after hearing rumors of the witch Ingeborg's rebellion 3 months ago. You also give him a brief account of your own background. Grim stares at the golden ring gleaming on your hand and asks, did you take that ring off just for a moment? Everyone wants me to take off the ring. You tell him the court musician Gildy asked me the same thing, and you slip the ring off for just an instant to show him. Thank you. Put it back on now. So that man's noticed the ring too, Grim murmurs to himself. I'll ask him about it later. Changing the subject, what do you plan to do once you meet the witch Ingeborg? Asks Grim. Well, confirm whether she's the witch you know. Asked to be taken in as an ally. I want to confirm if she's the same person that we know. You answer, I'm going to confirm whether she's truly the witch Ingeborg I know. Grim says, and if she turns out to be the one who raised you, what then? If she's a stranger, that's one thing. But if she was your foster parent, you better think that through carefully, he says. True, I've been trying not to think about it specifically, or I've already thought it through. Out of sight, out of mind. You reply, yeah, I've been trying not to think about it. It won't hurt to think it over, he says, resting a hand on your shoulder. See you tomorrow. With that, Grim stands up from his seat. As ever, the tavern is still crowded. What do you do? Well, I don't know what happened to Paneri and Gildy, but I guess they're talking about something. Let's eavesdrop. A well-dressed elderly man asks the tavern keeper, where is Baron Basiscape? He was here until a moment ago, but he's already gone home. said he was meeting someone, so I rented him the room upstairs. After replies. The elderly man grumbles, always making excuses and running away. He won't sit down and talk at all. Baron Basiscape is against leaving the city, Harry says. The elderly man mutters, I think we ought to leave the city. Good luck with that? Listen on the conversation between a chubby man and a tall, skinny man. The chubby man says, ever heard of that thief, Golden Gird, or Guild, or whatever, who goes after gold-colored stuff? The skinny man replies, yeah, I heard the rumors. He said he's got a thing for gold. The chubby man says, a couple days back, I heard that the Golden Gird, if that's what he's called, broke into the castle to steal, and the knights nabbed him. The skinny man says, huh, then he's probably in the castle dungeon by now. I heard he steals from the rich and hands it out to the poor. The chubby man says, noble thief, huh? If he's been swept up in this catastrophe, that's probably the end of it. That almost sounds like someone that we know of. Alright, talk to the tavern keeper. The owner says, I don't recognize you. So you tell him what's happened so far. That's a rough break. Without this zone, who knows what would have happened to you by now. The owner says, then continues. Half a year ago, a plague spread through the city's drinking water. Everyone who died from it turned into a monster, he says. He laughs. Folks in the zone live on booze. It's booze over water for a bunch of drunks like us, so we didn't get sick. I'm closing up shop tomorrow. I got bread and cheese too. Enjoy yourself tonight. At the end, his face turns a little lonely. You know what? Sure, we'll buy some cheese and bread. Booze is free, but I charge for food. Well, let's see. Tin bread. A loaf of bread baked by the dancing horses in owner in a large tin mold. Because the mold is at the top, the dough swells like a mound as it rises. Baked without a lid, moisture in the dough evaporates, giving it a light, crisp bite. Restores 6 hit points. Wheat broads. Large, hefty white loaf with a strikingly light bite, made mostly of wheat flour and a little rye mixed in. It goes well with almost anything. Slice it a bit thick and fill it with whatever you like. This restores 4 hit points. Baller? A very crisp, clean, biting bread. Butter is layered into the dough before shaping it. Baking separates butter and dough, creating many airy layers and a light texture. So it's a croissant, pretty much. Restores 2 hit points. Emmental cheese. A firm cow's milk cheese with signature holes and a toasty, nutty aroma. Melts easily. Locals often eat it and dip bread into it. Restores 6 hit points. And then there's blue cheese. A salty sheep's milk blue cheese aged with blue mold that forms marble-like patterns. Its bold flavor pairs well with sweet Waterside wine or red fruity red wine. Restores 4 hit points. Kind of want to buy. What do we have right now? Oh, the orange. That restores 6 hit points. You know, for right now, I'm just gonna grab blue cheese and some wheat brat. We'll also do the one brawl. Alright, that's good enough.
Cool.
We're gonna leave tavern. Oh, at the inn. You're led by curates to an inn called the Dancing White Horse Inn. Oh, you look jolly. When you open the door painted with vivid flowers, the innkeeper calls out, "If you wouldn't happen to be Havelock." You tell him yes. He shows you your room and asks, "Are you going to rescue the princess tomorrow?" I probably don't have a choice at this point. But yeah, that's likely the plan. In that case, the innkeeper suggests there are people staying here who fled from the castle. Why not ask them about it? We'll ask the housekeeper. Go to the room where the housekeeper who fled the castle stayed. When you knock, a woman appears with a grave expression. She introduces herself as Mita, the castle's head maid. Ask her what happened at the castle. According to her, 10 days ago, word came that the army of Lucifang had surrounded the city, and the atmosphere in the castle changed completely. Most of the knights were sent out all over the place, so at night the castle was just quiet, so quiet. It was the next day that Mita was scared out of her wits twice. Reports that people had seen monsters came in one after another. Back then, everything just rushed past me in a blur. 2 days later, 3 bodies, slaughtered by some unknown hand, were found in the castle gardens, and the entire staff, Mita included, fled the castle, unable to bear the terror any longer. Mita is cooperative. You may ask her more questions. What about the witch? Lowering her voice, Mita whispers that the witch Ingeborg is a terrifying person. The first time she saw Ingeborg, she thought she was a noble lady, full of grace and dignity. She didn't look like the sort of lady who'd cause anything like this, Mita continues, growing animated. 3 months ago, a proclamation went out. Ingeborg had been imprisoned on suspicion of treason. Her confinement in the dungeon lasted only a few days. Afterwards, she was kept under house arrest in her own room. Glancing around nervously, Mita says, "There's something I haven't told anyone. I saw it. I saw that witch talking to a dog's severed head, and I saw her drawing the soul out of someone." Is there anything else? Okay, that's very odd. Talking to a dog head and then drawing out souls. About Duke Turgi. Mita says he's been acting strange since last year. He started shutting himself in his room more and more lately and hardly saw him at all. When we fled the castle, we looked for Duke Torgi, but he wasn't anywhere. Well, that's weird. Anything else? She says I'd rather not talk about it. You're gonna make me pay. What about 1 gold? I can't accept it, Mita says, remaining adamant. Alright, what about 10 gold? When you hand her 10 gold coins, Mita begins, "Actually, I saw it. Those 3 bodies I mentioned earlier, the ones slaughtered by some unknown hand. They were Baron Basiscape's family, who governed this zone." It was so shocking that Mita says she still hasn't been able to tell Baron Basiscape himself. Oh yeah, money will grease the wheels. Oh, I didn't really look at this. Basiscape, a powerful Uran noble who grew fabulously rich by monopolizing sales of the rare Ruby of Destruction. Alright, we thank Mita. She answers modestly. If I could be of any help. Alright, the waterworks engineer. Come to the door of the room where the waterworks engineer who used to come and go at the castle stayed. The moment you knock, you hear hurried footsteps and a young woman peeks out. I'm sorry, what? You were the engineer? You look more like a princess. Fatigue and something you couldn't quite name are written all over her face. You briefly explain the reason for your visit. I see, so you're not with the knights. She speaks haltingly, her face clearly clouded with worry. When you explain the situation, she says, I don't know much about the castle. My friend does, but unfortunately, he's out right now. A few days ago, her friend went to his home, saying he was going to retrieve food and valuables, and he hasn't returned since. It's a shop called Mirror's Construction, just outside the southern Hendel Gate. I've asked the knights to search too, but nothing's come of it. Well, what does this guy look like? She says her friend is wearing a red vest and a red hat. Aw, this motherfucker is dead. He's wearing red? Yeah, no, he's not gonna be around. Alright, well, maybe we'll look for him. The young woman bows to you again and again. Please, she says. Alright, we're not gonna immediately go sleep. We're gonna continue going through the city. Okay, we can't go through there. Those are locked out. The Knights HQ. This is the Ruler Church Chapel, but for now, it serves as a hastily assembled Knights headquarters. As you enter the austere building, Kiritz appears. I'm glad you came, he says, then leads you to the great hall on the second floor. Inside, Kiritz and several knights stand in lines along both sides. At the far end sits a nobleman with a truly magnificent pouch. Oh, he's a big boy. He is His Highness Prince Note, the kingdom's crown prince. You pretend to be rude, or show due respect to royalty, though unwilling. I mean, people don't seem to love this guy, but we'll play up to him. Step forward with impeccable manners and offer deep words of gratitude for being granted an audience with His Majesty Newt. Once the greetings are done, Kiritz again asks to confirm your participation in the princess's rescue operation. You reply, of course I wish to take part, and add, the very fact that I have presented myself at the Knight's headquarters should serve as proof of my resolve. Kiritz reads aloud your mercenary contract, formally informs you that your participation is approved and explains the unit's formation and the place where the princess is believed to be. You receive 10 gold coins as advance pay, along with bread, a knife, a cloak, and the mercenary's contract. How do you look to His Majesty Nut? A free soul who decides their own fate, or a lone-born nobody of no consequence? Nah, free soul. To His Majesty Nut, you must seem like a free soul, someone who decides their own fate, living as they please. His gaze isn't on you, but on some faraway place. To you, His Majesty Nut looks unreliable and timid. You don't feel any royal dignity in him. He even seems out of place here. You want to observe him a little bit. His hair is golden, but his eyes look black or brown. On closer look, his hair doesn't seem quite natural. He even looks like a wig. Oh right, Kirit says, as if something has just come back to him. According to the testimony of someone who served the castle until quite recently, the witch Ingeborg is already out of her cell. If that is true, then devising countermeasures is urgent, Kirit continues. Even if the witch were to attack us, there is nothing to fear. We have preparations that can withstand her magic. We will not be outdone by that witch. Here it's asks you, do you have any questions? What time are we departing? Rest, what time you leave the zone tomorrow? Tomorrow at noon. We depart tomorrow at noon. Gather at the Central Plaza half an hour before that. Until then, get plenty of rest. Here it says. You have no more business here. Walk away. Alright, well, there's nothing else to do because we went to the tavern and there's no one there. But all these other places are grayed out, so we go to the inn. When you open the door, paved with the vivid flowers, the innkeeper greets you warmly. Welcome back, Havelock. You. I guess at this point we go to sleep. So what is this? Cloak. A small cloak worn over clothes for warmth and water resistance. Fine wool but slightly small. Dyed crimson so it stands out, poor for combat or stealth. We have a small dagger. One thing I would like to have is to maybe repair our sword because we're kind of low on uses. But for now, we'll go to sleep. Once you reach your room, you slip straight into bed. Exhausted, you fall asleep at once. In the warmth of the bed, you dream that you become a bird of searing flame. You burn everything around you, leaving yourself with nowhere to go. Always alone. But at the edge of the world, you meet a bird of ice that freezes all things. You become friends. That was a dream. That's very peculiar. Dawn creeps in, paling the night. It seems you slept well. Thanks to the soft bed, it feels as if your wounds have completely healed. Hey, my HP is back. Still lying on your side, you slowly sit up and test how your body feels. You remember what happened yesterday and feel grateful to be alive today. After quickly getting ready, you leave the room. Door opens and a woman asks, "Do you find anything about my friend?" Shake your head. I see. Young woman says and closes the door. Alright, well, I don't think I'm going to get anything out of it. There's nothing more I can tell you and closes the door. Now, well, I was going to talk to the innkeeper. Alright, well, let's see. Weapon shop. Okay. As you enter the shop, a burly-looking man calls out to you in a friendly way. Welcome to the Arcbolt Exchange. He's probably the owner. I'd love to say we got every weapon and piece of armor you could want, but I handed most of my stock over to the knights. The owner shrugs, looking apologetic. You're the warrior they say took down that stone giant, right? If that's true, I'm counting on you for the one at the North Gate too. Putting his hopes on you, the shopkeeper seems willing to knock off a bit of the prices. Will you buy something? What do you got? Well, actually, just ask about the shop. The owner says he really loves the shop, but he'll probably have to close it up in a few days. The knights hauled off all the good stuff. He grumbles that it's a pain dealing with knights who throw their rank around and use the emergency as an excuse. Believe it or not, I made it this far as a squire myself, and he says, and adds sadly, not that it's anything to brag about. Alright, what do you got for weapons? How about some throwing knives? Cheap, and they let you keep your distance while you hit them from safety. Whether you land the hit, well, that's all your skill. Alright, well, we got throwing knives. Though having another stack of them wouldn't be a bad idea. There's a hand axe, but we're gonna move past that. Okay, Havelock's sword does have targeted strike. Actually, you know what? Before that, what do you have for armor? You have scale armor. Courtesy of leather fitted with scale-like metal plates. Strong protection for its price, but the plates clatter loudly as you move. Maybe not. Chainmail can be layered or worn under other armor. That would be useful. It's 40 gold. I don't have that. A barbut helm. Nah. Let's see. Round shield. Ew. Probably gonna want to wait until I have a little bit more money. Oh wow, heater shield decreases my level, which also would decrease my hit rate. Yeah, no, I'm gonna pass on that. You know, I kind of want to at least equip the helm. Yeah, we'll put it out. Should I move this? Alright, so that at least gives a little bit more defense. And then weapons. I almost want to buy another... I almost want to buy some more throwing knives, but I think oh, even the Morning Star also lowers your level by 1 too. Shit. Never mind. I'm not gonna do that. You know what? We bought items. Actually, you know what? We're gonna leave. I want to see if there's anything else in this area. Thanks. Come again, yeah? There's a magic shop. Magic tools and alchemical supplies. You come to Detroit Moya's magic shop. When you open the front door and call out, a gentle woman's voice answers from the back. Welcome, come on in. Inside feels less like a shop and more like an ordinary home. Well, hello. That's a very high slit you have there. So you're the warrior everyone's been talking about. I'm sure I have something that'll be of use to you. Please take your time and have a good look, the shopkeeper says, settling into a chair and carefully explaining your wares. Buy it. What about the shop? Back in her great-grandfather's day, the shop was set up in a stone tower at the edge of the dark forest. But as time passed, fewer and fewer people came by, and in her father's generation, it was moved here to Erishing. But This shop will end with me, she says sadly. Oh, that's a little dour. If you're headed to the castle, you should bring some healing potions with you. I hear it's crawling with dreadful monsters. What's this? A crystal ball. By focusing your mind, you can see things you should not know. You can also gain knowledge about a target by staring at it through the crystal. Interesting. Oh, it has a one-time use, huh? Fruit of Life. Extremely rare fruit that grows only in a few places in the southern continent. The edible part is the seed with sourness, astringency, and bitterness. Packed with antioxidants, it leaves the eater with in a kind of rejuvenated state. Permanently increases HP by 1. Oh, that's nice. But it's 30 gold. You ain't got that, so. Digitalis. Magic medicine made from Digitalis with a strengthening effect on the heart. Can banish fatigue and boost activity, but is toxic and can't be used regularly. Permanently increases attack by 1. Okay, so we have some permanent boosters available. But each of those are 30 gold, so we're gonna pass by that. A healing potion. Magic potion that restores HP instantly. Miracle water from Lunadinia Spring is mixed with Somatide stone powder from this valley. Then Sister Halrevi prays over it for about a month. Jesus, that is a long process. Restores 20 hit points. Holy shit. That's tempting. Unlocking Spell Scroll. A magic scroll that lets even non-mages unlock doors. Written in ink made from soot from burned alderwood mixed with glue from giant lizard hides. Once read aloud, the writing vanishes. I kind of feel like that's going to be useful. But I do want that potion. But I did just buy a whole bunch of food that also restores hit points, so. Also have water that restores hit points. So for right now, I'm good. I think I'm going to buy that scroll. I think that could be useful. This other stuff, let's keep it in mind and come back later. Alright. Time to leave. Thanks. See you. So we need to go to the Central Plaza to head out. To the North Gate. You arrive at the North Gate. 4 knights stand watch before the gate. About 20 locals form a wide ring around them. The air here feels tense. The golem that Kiritis spoke of yesterday is probably outside these gates. Well, let's talk to the knights. When you approach and call out, an older knight snaps, "What do you want?" He's not exactly polite. Protest his threatening tone. Say you want to go outside. I don't like how you speak it, sir. When you say the older knight's attitude is clearly overbearing and unacceptable, he shouts, "Shut up." I'm gonna press my point. When you keep criticizing his attitude, his face goes bright red as he snaps. It's not like I want to act this way. Figuring you'll only make things worse. As you start to head for the main street, a young knight from the North Gate calls out to you from behind. "Excuse me, I'm not a knight, just a volunteer, but there's something I wanted to tell you. Yesterday, 10 young men tried to flee the city through the North Gate. They were attacked by the stone giant. 6 were badly injured, 2 had minor injuries, and it seems 2 managed to escape the giant." Well, at least 2 got away. At least 2 of them got away, that's relief. Are you sure? Even today, about 20 residents have gathered in front of the gate, hoping to follow after those two, just thinking that more people might get hurt. So right now, the knights are keeping people away from the gate. We've told the residents that after the rescue the princess, we'll throw everything we got of the stone giant, but... And like it says... Well, now I'm starting to see why they're acting tough. He replies, yes, right now we believe the best way to protect the people is to show a firm resolve. We won't let a single person through. Well then, I'll return to my post. Thank you for coming with me. Knight says, and then he runs back to the park. Alright, let's leave. This manor. Such an enormous manor. When you ask a passerby, they tell you this is the estate of Baron Basiscape. I mean, I'd like to try and go inside. A servant appears and turns you away. Lord Basiscape is not in at the moment. Alright. Oh, I guess we don't go inside. What else is there? Hendel Gate. You arrive at the Hendel Gate on the south side of the zone. The crowd has formed in front of the gate. You see an undead old woman stretching an arm through a narrow gap in the gate, trying to get into the zone. A few boys are teasing her for fun, probably as a test of courage. The older folks around them tremble in fear, desperately calling out to the boys, it's dangerous, stop. Another elder is begging the gate guard, stop this ridiculous game already. What do you do, my friend? Well, I know it's gonna end horribly. Drive those boys away. Call out to the boys to back away. It's dangerous. It seems they recognize you as the one rumored to have slain the stone giant. Reluctantly, the boys do as you say. We'll finish off the undead. Even if it's already dead, without will or soul, striking down something in human form makes your stomach turn. Tell the children not to look, then pour your whole strength into a single decisive blow. Your crushing strike blasts the undead back out through the gate. Without a second delay, you slam the great doors shut tight. With safety secured, cheers rise from the older folks. To keep anyone from going near the great gate, you decide to line up barrels and wooden crates and build a simple protective barrier around it. It'll probably get in the way when you head out to rescue the princess, but it'll still be better than another undead scare. As you glance around, you spot Grim hauling barrels alongside the civilians. Grim calls out to you with a smile. I watched the whole thing, and I'd say you handled yourself pretty well. Then he adds, well, then, how about I put you through a bit of training? He says he'll coach you in combat. You? Sure. The battle against Grim starts. He's level 8, he has 30 hit points, he has 4 attack, and 6 defense. Grim, master swordsman who rose to knight commander through repeated feats, now wanders after renouncing his feats. Well, you know what? I don't have as much money as I do. I don't want to use my actual sword, so we're gonna use the dagger. double 16s. None of us made the hit. You know what? Sure. Do a battle cry. Rolled higher than
いいぞ、次ももらおう。行動値の判定じゃ。
land another hit. It may be brief, but there is plenty for you to learn. You gain valuable experience. Add 20 to your EXP. Good footwork. You must have survived more than a few life and death exchanges, Grim says, impressed. Are you heading to the castle? Grim asks. When you say we leave after this, Grim replies, come back alive. Ask if he's going to join the operation. I won't go. It seems there'd be trouble if a former corps captain serves under Captain Veritas. Stupid reason, but... Grim rests a shoulder on your hand. I'm counting on you to save the princess. She is... No, I trust you, he says, and then he leaves. There's nothing more to do here. Go elsewhere in the city. Alright, well... We've kind of been pissing around. I think we'll actually go... Well, actually, the HQ. Is there anything that's here? Come to the Knights' headquarters. The Knights are bustle about, making hurried preparations for the march ahead. Amid it all, one knight calls out to you. He says he has a message from Majesty Nut. If anyone spots you, you're to come see him at once. I guess we'll go for the audience. You decide to request an audience with His Majesty. When you go to the upstairs hall, His Majesty dismisses everyone and speaks to you in a low voice meant only for your ears. He asks, could you defeat the golem at the north gate and get us out of the city safely? How do you answer? I mean, I could, but it'll also be difficult. When you answer that it'll be difficult, Nut clutches his head and murmurs, how did it come to this? And then goes still. When you call out to him, Nut suddenly gets up and walks away. It looks like his eyes are brimming with tears. You're left alone in this room. There's nothing more to do here. Okay, that was a very weird exchange. As you're about to leave the room, Veritas asks, what did you talk about with the prince? I want to answer honestly. Answer honestly that Nut asked you, I want to defeat the golem at the north gate right now. Veritas starts to say, why now of all times, and then cuts himself off. Then he says, was the future king really going to abandon his sister and flee on his own? And his shoulders slump. Veritas firmly warns you, not a word of this to anyone, and walks away. You have no more business here. Yeah, this Newt guy is kind of a spineless bastard. After a while, you leave the bright street and step into a dim back alley. The main road is a frenzy of knights and civilians rushing around to prepare for sorting. This place is the opposite, empty and quiet. No, hear voices talking from around the corner. I mean, listen in. Hear someone threatening someone else. Hand over your money. It sounds like a scuffle. Ew. We're gonna sneak closer. Keep out of sight and peek around the corner. Two hooded figures press a knife to a balding man demanding money. Ew. We just ambush them or... Yeah, fuck it. Oh, those are some ugly fuckers. When you call out, the two hooded men spin around at the same time. What the hell do you want? Snaps the man in the brown hood. This ain't your business, says the man in the green hood. Don't get involved. The man in the brown hood growls. Go on, get lost, says the man in the green hood. The two hurl crude insults at you. Ask what's going on. You ask what they're doing. We're poor, see, the man in the brown hood says. Put some coin and we won't do nothing, the man in the green hood adds. Apparently they're a pair of twin thieves, infamous even in the surrounding kingdoms. Hearing about the chaos Erishing, they come to loot and confusion. Ain't like we got a choice, the man in the brown hood says. We ain't trying to hurt nobody, the man in the green hood adds. God, it sounds like a Dr. Seuss book. Give us 10 gold coins and we'll disappear right now, the two say in perfect unison. I don't have 10 gold coins, so that ain't happening. Do I even want to get involved with these guys? Yeah, he's a goody two-shoes. Alright, I am, as much as I don't want to, I think I may want to actually have negotiate. I ain't got money to negotiate. Alright. Hit them. Oh yeah, they have 8 defense. Damage is gonna take a while. Okay, we draw. Then we're going to.
Gambare! もう一度判定じゃ。
Win on that one.
いいぞ。次ももらおう。行動値の判定じゃ。
That.
おお、いいぞ。
Definitely win on that. Come on, let's go. We ain't young like you, the man in the brown hood pleads. We're old men with not much time left, the man in the green hood adds. The thieves beg for their lives. You. I could keep fighting them, but I also don't want to ruin my durability, so we'll let them go. The two thieves immediately make themselves scarce. The man who was being threatened straightens his rumpled clothes and clears his throat once and approaches. Thank you, you saved me. You have my gratitude. The bald man offers you a handshake, then says, take this, and presses 20 gold coins into your hand and hurries off. Nothing more to do here. Perfect. Well, I found how I'm going to get a weapon now. Hey, buddy. We're back. Let's see. I think what I'm going to do... We're gonna buy a rapier, and then we're gonna buy some more throwing knives, and that's gonna be that. Perfect. Alright. Alright, time to go to the Central Plaza. We're going to equip the rapier to use. Alright. You arrive at the Central Plaza. Among the many knights, Veritas is there. Well, let's speak to him. Noticing you, Veritas asks, are you ready? Yeah, let's do this. Veritas mounts his horse. Alright, move out. Orders ring out, and the knights form up. At last, the march begins. Your heart quickens despite yourself. Just then, Gildy comes running in. Take me with you. I'll be useful, I'm sure of it. Gildy pleads with Veritas. But he's turned down. You're only slow us down. Hey, we gotta level up. Based on your action and choices so far, you have gained 82 experience. We're definitely gonna save. Oh, sorry, I just realized I'm kind of missing a couple of hit points. The rescue of the princess.
聞け! 今や我が国は危機的状況にある。魔女イヌボーグの謀略により王都は陥落したも同然だ。だが我らは諦めない。我らは戦う。
Listen, our country is in a state of crisis. The witch Ingeborg's machinations have left the royal capital all but fallen. We will not give up. We will fight.
我らはこれからイーグボル王女をお救いし、諸悪の根源たる魔女イヌボーグを討ち取る。
We will now rescue Princess Ligmore and strike down the witch Ingeborg, the root of all evil.
クヌート陛下はこれらに全軍をもって当たり、必ずやこの戦に勝利せしめよと命ぜられた。
His Highness Prince Nut has commanded us to commit the full strength of our forces and to secure victory in this battle without fail. He didn't exactly say that part, but okay. Move out for our beloved families and friends, for Erishing. Now, forward. The doors of Hendel Gates slowly open. No undead can be seen outside. At the head march 42 heavy infantry with tower shields and long spears, followed by 100 knights in full armor, and then 56 archers. Behind them ride 16 mounted soldiers, including the captain, and at the very rear march 41 lightly equipped volunteers, including you and Paneri. 255 in total, marching out. Grim is nowhere to be seen. You advance along the city's main road carefully and boldly. Something tells me this is about to all go to shit. Undead groups spy the head. Messengers shout rings out. Curates gives the order in advance. It seems the heavy infantry in the front line make contact with undead. Shouts and the clang of steel carry over. The column doesn't halt, keeps marching on, stepping over mangled corpses. Another horde of undead ahead. The huge one, the messenger's voice rings out again. Veritas shouts, forward. The heavy infantry crashes into the undead. Fierce roars and furious clanging steel thunder out. The army's pace slows more and more. Veritas shouts, form an encirclement. The knights spread out to the sides to surround the enemy horde ahead. Just then, another group of undead comes, charging in from the right of the street.
一体どうすれば。
Ooh, boy. Do we engage now or do we hold back? We're gonna hold back. You watch for a moment. Soldiers around Black Ballad spirits, and they take the undead's assault without this mercy. As a result, you end up fighting while jostling shoulder to shoulder. It's inefficient, but sheer numbers win out, and you scatter the undead. They say victory is decided by numbers, but you're still stunned that so many undead were brought down in an instant. For you, a battle with this many fighters is a first. Add 5 to your experience points. The party reaches the slope that leads up to the castle. A massive horde of undead is waiting there for you. Mixed among them are around 20 figures clad in red-purple robes. Clearly, unlike the undead, they form an orderly, disciplined line and seem to be preparing for something. They're living humans, and they look like mages. The undead make no move to attack the mages, instead waiting in several clustered groups. A whisper of shock and fear spread. Those are mages of the ruler church. You think the mages control the undead? Think the undead were created for a purpose. Actually, both of them sound honestly pretty correct. I'm gonna say they are created for a purpose. You begin to suspect the undead have been created for some purpose. To increase their numbers, perhaps they're directing the undead to attack people, or perhaps they're using fear itself to manipulate the minds and actions of those still alive. Fighting while climbing the slope puts you at a disadvantage. The only conclusion is that these mages must have known about today's offensive. Knock your arrows. At Kiratis' command, the archers step forward and draw their bows. Fire. A hail of arrows is loose all at once. Some strike the undead, but it doesn't seem to trouble the mages much. Not a single enemy mage falls. Every arrow is embedded in the ground short of them. Most likely, their magic diverts the arrow's path. A ripple of unease runs through those around you. Kiratis has them clear the way and brings cavalry to the front. He means to lead the charge himself. Magic won't work on us, Kiratis shouts. Charge! The horses thunder up the slope. The enemy mages seem to be casting something, but the knights press on, aiming to smash straight through the center. Oh, this is about to not be good. The enemy forces split apart, and the mages begin to scatter. You...
ここはやはり。
I'm gonna hold back and watch. Hold back and watch. Following the knights, the faster soldiers cut into the enemy. Their line collapses, and it seems some of the mages are starting to run. The knights truly are unaffected by magic. The outcome is decided. Even with numbers on your side, the fact that not a single ally has been killed can only be called sheer luck.
これが魔封じの守りだ。これさえあれば魔法など恐るるに足りん。
Kiratis dismounts and says this is a magic sealing ward. With this, magic is nothing to fear, explaining why spells don't work on them. It seems that half of the knights carry a magic sealing ward. From the captive mage's account, we learn that the witch Ingeborg is in command, and that high-ranking mages and a great number of undead are lying in wait inside the castle. Our advance is already known to the enemy. Even so, we have no path but to press on, Kiratis cries, rallying everyone. You reform your ranks and begin marching towards the castle once more. Crest the slope and head for the castle's east gate. Around the castle is a water-filled moat. A bridge spans it, leading to the castle. What's a moat, you'd ask? A moat around the castle filled with water to hinder invasion and fire attacks, and to serve as a water supply during siege. I would be hesitant to drink from a moat during a siege, because that's going to very quickly get polluted with bodies and other stuff and debris. Usually a moat is used to kind of hinder a siege, to hinder an invasion on like a fortress or a castle. The heavy infantry at the front cross the bridge carefully. The cavalry behind them begins advancing, two abreast. The bridge is narrow. The gate ahead begins to open slowly. At the same time, the heavy infantry break into a run all at once. Even Kirita's shout of "wait" doesn't reach them. Why do they break into a run? They may be under a spell that affects the mind. To pursue them, Kirita spurns cavalry to gallop. The lead horse pitches forward and crashes into the ground. Ooh. Then the horse beside it goes down as well. Arrows. An ambush. It looks like the horses are being killed with a single shot. Sharp, terrifyingly precise arrows come flying from the top of the flanking tower to the right of the gate. While you rescue the unhorsed knights, the gate swallows the heavy infantry and then slowly closes again. You freeze in place and strain your ears. Screams ring out from beyond the gate, dozens of them. Little by little, the voices dwindle. When silence returns, the gate opens once more. Veritas gives the order to advance, staying ready for attacks from above. You cross the bridge with care and pass through the gate. All the while, no arrows come from the flanking tower. You find it even more unsettling. I don't know why I feel relieved, but the sudden lull in the arrow fire feels ominous. There's probably some kind of trap waiting ahead. It looks like a garden. Neatly trimmed hedges are planted in a circular pattern. At the center lie the heavy infantry's corpses, piled atop one another as if they only just died. A canopy is pitched beside the garden, and beneath it sits a figure on a lavish chair, a woman with an overwhelming presence.
Ingeborg! 魔女め、探す手間が省けたぞ!
Ingeborg, damn witch, you saved me the trouble of searching for you. Veritas hurls abuse at her. There is no one else around the witch. Then who in the world killed the heavy infantry? The witch seems to be holding back a laugh. You stare at the witch's face. She looks like Maleficent. Is that Ingeborg? Her face is unfamiliar. She doesn't feel like the woman who raised you, yet somehow she also seems the same. Let me guess, $10. This woman's possessed. You press forward. The knights advance to stand before the witch Ingeborg. Oh, she has dog spirits. The witch bursts into laughter, and at the same time, 9 eerie dog heads appear in midair. Then she chants a short spell. Behind you, corpses that were lying there moments ago, the heavy infantry rise to their feet, becoming undead. From the shadows all around, a mass of undead emerge and surround you. Form a tight formation. At Kirita's command, a huge ring-shaped tight formation forms. Leave your lives to me. Witch abruptly rises to her feet, her face twisting with rage. I just kind of realized what her outfit is. The bottom dress thing is like sheer. Those words, that voice, it's you. I will never forget you. The witch points at Kiritis and shouts hoarsely. As the witch roar rings out, dog monsters surge towards you. The monster's gale passes straight through your bodies, leaving only a ringing echo of clashing metal behind. Everyone holds their breath, but not a single person falls. What just happened? Did that even hit us? Then you see something shining gold scattering in a flash at the knight's feet. Ah, yes. The frightened knights murmur uneasily. Captain, the magic sealing wards. Think you fall into a trap, or the next attack will be magic. Next attack is gonna be magic. Now that the wards are gone, you think the witch's magic is coming. Witch Ingeborg begins to chant a spell. You have a plan, one that makes magic useless against you, but the enemy knows it and has prepared a countermeasure. Charge! Akira's shouts. Everyone surges towards the witch at once, but it seems everything is already too late. The ground glimmers faintly. The next instant, the ring on your left hand turns hot as fire. The heat is so fierce you nearly cry out, but something even more shocking is happening all around you. An archer standing beside you suddenly convulses violently and collapses. The warrior ahead screams, rolls his eyes back, stares up at the sky, and drops to his knees. The horses rear up all at once and neigh loudly. The riders fall screaming. Horses topple over on top of them. Soldiers writhe in agony as they fall. Ear-splitting screams echo across the square. In an instant, it becomes a hell of sheer pandemonium. What just happened? Not only you and Paneri are still standing, both the knights and the undead lie motionless. It looks as if everyone died in an instant. Fear and despair crawl up from beneath your feet.
ほう、お前たちも私の魔法に耐えたのか。あるいは魔法の守りがまだあるのか。その者たちを捕らえよ。
Oh.
後で私手ずから尋問しよう。
Oh, so you too have endured my magic. Or do you still have a ward against it? Seize them. I'll interrogate them myself. With that, the witch turns on her heel and vanishes behind the canopy. When you come to, you are surrounded by fully armed soldiers. Behind them stand ruler church mages as well. Both you and Paneri try to run, but countless corpses snag your feet. And despite your struggle, you're captured. My whole inventory's gone. Perfect. You are separated from Paneri, stripped of all your belongings, and locked away in the castle's underground dungeon. In this dark, damp place lined with countless cages, it seems you are the only prisoner. A guard lingers here until a moment ago, but when you stay quiet, he wanders off somewhere. You're left alone in this cold cell. You stand before the iron bars, tormented by helplessness. But there are things you must think about. Amid all that death, why did only you and Paneri survive? How can you get out of the cell? How did we survive? That's a good question. You recall the ring on your left hand suddenly growing hot. What on earth was that? Does this ring hold some special power? As if stricken with a fever, you sink into a deep sea of thought. All at once, you come to your senses and feel a presence outside the bars. Hey! It's the golem that was with us at the very beginning. A life-size wooden doll stands there without a sound. You jolt in shock. You think you recognize this doll. You know this wooden doll. Yep, the golem you once lived with, your sword tutor, and your playmate.
Dite! どうしてここに?
Dite, why are you here? Dite bends slightly and points at the floor. There's a meal there. A meal sits in a wooden bowl. Bread and a delicious looking soup. While you're distracted by the bread and soup, Dite slips away.
どうしたものかな?
I mean, you suspect it might be poisoned. Stay wary, thinking it might be poisoned. Tear off a piece of bread and put a little in your mouth. It's delicious bread. No problem at all. Oh, so we still just eat it anyway. Next, you sip just a little of the soup. This is delicious too. What is in this? As you stir your spoon, you find a long wire in the soup. Think it's beyond a simple mistake? Think Dite put the wire in purpose. Think Dite must have put the wire in the soup on purpose for your escape. Also, Dite, a wooden golem who lived with Ingeborg, Havelock's swordsmanship tutor or playmate. I mean or, shouldn't that be and? You snap the wire in two and try to pick the cage's lock. Calling the lock-picking trick Dite taught you when you were a child. Roll one die. Oh, son of a bitch. Really? Okay, well, failed. That's a 1. In your haste, you snap both pieces. Now you can't open the lock. As you stand there at a loss for what to do, someone comes in through the door at the back. Are you alright? It's Grim. Grim uses his sword to smash the lock and gets you out. He says he followed the knights after they left the safe zone all the way to the castle and saw the knights get killed and you being taken away. So the knights were wiped out. Grim says he waited for an opening and came to rescue you. What about Paneri? Do you know where the witch named Paneri is who came? Wait, what? Do you know where the witch named Paneri who came with me is? That's a very odd sentence, but okay. Right now, a woman named Helrivi has gone to search the neighboring cells. I'm sure she'll be fine. Helrivi. A nun who lived with Paneri at Home Abbey for 4 years, now in Erishing, a gifted fortune teller. Oh, okay, so there's some other NPC. Even something like this is better than nothing. Grim hands you a throwing knife. Alright, let's go. You follow Grim out of the cell. When you leave the dungeon, there is... Hey, it's Paneri. She's actually here. Beside her is a red-haired woman wearing a green robe. I'm Helrivi. Pleasure to meet you, or pleased to meet you. It seems she's the one who rescued Paneri. Let's go. The princess should be at the end of this corridor. Helrivi says so. To your left is a long corridor, and straight ahead is a single door. To your right is the passage leading to the cell where Paneri was held. You... I almost want to say this, but what's to the left? You make your way down a long corridor. 2 soldiers lie collapsed in front of a heavy-looking door. They must have been guards. They're only asleep by magic, so don't touch them. You want to take the soldiers' weapons, but you give up the idea. princess is being held behind this door. Quietly slide the bolt back and open. It's a plain white room with only a bed, a desk, and a chair to count as furniture. Beneath the small window where sunlight spills in, a beautiful young girl stands quietly. She wears only a linen undergarment, yet a dignity she cannot hide makes it certain she is Princess Ligapore. Your Highness, you're safe. Grim removes his hat and bows. Why, Grim, is that you? The princess's face brightens like a flower in bloom. It's been so long. And you're Hilrevi of Home Abbey, aren't you? Hilrevi offers a respectful greeting. And who might that be? After Paneri introduces herself, you give your own name. You explain that a great force came to rescue her, but only the Horde survived. I see, how cruel. A shadow falls over the princess's beautiful face. I do want to ask this. Why are you only in undergarments or underclothes? Because that is a very important question. Asked why the princess is dressed only in her underclothes, she looks a little embarrassed. She explains that they tried to take her mother's keepsake pendant, and in a panic she refused, saying, "Even if you strip me, I won't hand it over." It seems she never imagined they would actually take her clothes instead. Without missing a beat, Hilrevi asks, "Do you know what happened to Abbess Home, or where Abbess Home is?" "I have no idea what's happening outside right now. That little mischief maker, Cyrus, hasn't come back," the princess says. Who's the fuck is Cyrus? Tiny winged fairy. Princess Ligmore's friend. That fairy, yes, says Hilrevi. "Yes, I had been watching Ingeborg's movements, but..." The princess falters, anxiety in her voice. "What is Ingeborg's goal?" Grim asks next. "Her goal? From what I've learned together with Cyrus's information, Ingeborg seems to have a spell that steals human souls and turns them into her power. By drawing power from the ancient magic circle beneath this castle, and from the four spirits that protect this country, she means to take the lives of everyone still left in the city. Tomorrow, that is her aim." Princess's words leave everyone speechless. Okay. This soul-stealing magic. You asked the princess about the magic that steals human souls and turns them into power. You said earlier that the knights were wiped out, didn't you? Then you must have seen it. The witch can rip a person's soul out in an instant. You recall that horrifying scene from a moment ago. With every soul she takes, her power seems to grow. Okay, this magic circle. That's about the magic circle. I don't know the details either. Only that members of the royal family have the authority to enter a vast cavern deep beneath this castle. They say there's an ancient magic circle there that heightens magical power. Then the princess lowers her voice and adds, "And Ingeborg spoke of it, something only the royal family should have known." Alright, what about the four spirits? That's what the four spirits. Four great spirits are the four great spirits of earth, water, fire, and wind that protect this country. For ages, the royal family has spoken with them as trusted allies and advisors. When the witch Ingeborg came to the four spirits, claiming she wished to save the country, they did as she asked and created magical items that sealed their own power, each one to lend its strength to whoever possessed it. But it was all Ingeborg's scheme. The spirits, together with those magical items, were apparently sealed away somewhere within its castle. Alright, got nothing else. Can't allow such an outrage. Even if it costs my life, I'll strike the witch down, Grim suggests. Grim, that would be reckless. Before you can even get close, the dog demons she commands will shatter your weapons to pieces. There are two ways to stop the witch. First, get everyone in the city out beyond the wall. Second, prevent her from using the power of the Forest Spirits. Hearing that, Helrevi gives the princess a brief summary of the city's current situation. So everyone is holed up in the Hendel zone. Yes, getting them all out at once won't be easy, but if I speak to them myself, their minds may change. And as for the second method, the bracelet that seals the Great Wind Spirit has already been found, and my friend should be carrying it. If we can find the remaining 3 and destroy them, she's definitely not like her brother. What about this Wind Spirit? You asked about the bracelet of the Great Wind Spirit and the Prince's friend. I'm told the bracelet of the Great Wind Spirit was found by chance by that little mischief maker, Cyrus, in the fairy forest on the castle's south side. Cyrus tried to break it, but failed, so he entrusted it to my friend. Okay, what is with this friend thing? As for my friend, you'll have to wait until you meet him, the princess says with a mischievous smile. Why the mystery? Let's return to the Hendel zone. We must get as many people out of the city as we can. Then we'll regroup so we can bring down Ingeborg, the princess says firmly. I'll go find you something to wear, says Helrevi. But no, we must hurry. Time is precious. Follow me, the princess says, heading for the door, and then... You'll be my escort, the princess said, tugging you close by the arm. Her expression suddenly turns childlike, nothing like a princess. Wonder if she has feelings for you. Feel she's trying to be considerate. You sense her thoughtfulness in that gesture. Perhaps she's trying to ease everyone's taut nerves. So much has happened in rapid succession that you haven't had time to catch your breath. It must be her own clever way of softening them. While you're left bewildered by her tugging on your arm, the princess begins discussing an escape route with Helrevi. Grim says, let's leave it to them. In an emergency, it's better... Okay, really? Let's leave it to them. In an emergency, it's better if men don't step in. Men see with their eyes, hear with their ears, and sniff things out with their noses, and taste with their tongues. What the fuck are we, dogs? While women see through experience, hear through rumors, sniff out things by intuition, and taste with their hearts. That means women are one dimension above, he says with a sly grin. I don't know how you arrived at that conclusion, but alright, sir. Okay. Sure. Once the discussion settles, all move swiftly. Grim and Helrevi open the door and check outside. The soldiers in front of it are still asleep. Next, you and Paneri quietly move to the stairs at the end of the corridor and confirm it's safe. Then you signal the princess and the others to come to the stairs. So far, so good. Climb up first and check again that it's safe. There's no soldiers. It's fine. Signal the others safe. You advance further. Your goal is a door at the end of the corridor. You lean out slightly from behind a pillar. A single guard is standing near the far end of the corridor. As you hesitate, the princess hurries over. In a low whisper, the princess says, let's detour through the door on the right. Even at this distance, the right-hand door could get you spotted by the guard. Let's observe the guard closely. Looking closely, you see the head bobbing at regular intervals. It looks like he's asleep on his feet. Alright, let's go. Go for the door. Steel yourselves and put your hand on the right hand door immediately. Flip a coin to test your luck. And that's tails. That's not good. Who the hell are you? A sentry rushes in. All we have is a fucking knife. Spend 1d HP to knock the enemy out. Only works on you. You know what? I'll take it because we don't really have equipment for a real fight. So... Oh, a mercenary from Lucifer? Interesting. Yeah, fuck it. Screw it. We'll take the HP hit. Hey, it's a 1. I'll take it. Grim kicks the sentry from the side and knocks him down, then pins him and chokes him out. You strip him of his weapons and bind his hands. The guard rolls his eyes back and passes out. You obtain a longsword. Perfect. You go to the door at the end of the corridor and listen quietly. You sense someone inside. There are probably 2 or 3. To avoid danger, you decide to detour through the door on the right. While Paneri holds the door on the right open, you drag the fallen guard into the room. It looks like a library. Rows upon rows of shelves hold an enormous number of books. You... I don't know if he's really that into books. If this was Paneri, that sounds more likely. Maybe not Havelock. As you think I'm not that interested in the book, a voice speaks directly into your mind. What a waste. Hello. A dog flies right up in front of you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am one called Marchosius? Marchosius? I don't even know how the hell do you pronounce that? Marchosius? Dog is talking and flying. When you flinch in surprise, the dog who calls himself Marchosius smiles with refined grace. All sound and any sign of people vanish completely. You look around, but you can't see Grim or the others. This is a space akin to a gap between dimensions. Do not worry, they may be out of sight at present, but your companions are right beside you, he says. Okay. Well, we realize he's definitely reading our thoughts, but what does he want? When you think, what does this dog want? The dog speaks. I'm not a dog, I'm Marchosius. I wish to speak with you. Marchosius, a winged dog-shaped demon that lives in the library. Oh, it's a demon! Oh, okay, cool. It just looks cute, but it's also a demon. Cool. Marchosius says, now it's my turn. Why are you here? I don't have to tell you. Well, it sounds like this thing can read our mind, so... You know what, we'll go with the latter. Oh, I see. You seem to bear an interesting fate. Yes, come to this castle again tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? Tomorrow night is, well, Purgius night. It seems this castle holds rites as well. It's the day when the boundaries between life and death grow most faint, and many spirits will speak the truth to you. When you do, stop here as well. I want you to have a certain experience. The ritual the witch performs tomorrow will be a grave threat to you. And take this, he says, handing you a small hand mirror he carries in his mouth. You obtain a strange mirror whose surface shines with a dull gleam. This is called the Mirror of Truth, a magical item that reveals the truth when you ask it. I'm sure it will be useful. Then, until tomorrow. With that, Marchosius flaps his wings and vanishes into the depths of the shelves. A figure appears near where Marchosius vanished. It's Grim. Where were you? I was looking for you, Grim says. Let's hurry, the princess urges everyone on. You cross the library and leave through the door at the back. You open the door without making a sound and slip inside. This place seems like a large storeroom. Clothes, jars, wooden crates, tools are kept here. The belongings taken from you might be stored here as well. Someone is coming into the room through the door you're about to head for. At this rate, you'll be found. Decide quickly. Dive into a nearby room or hide in the shadows of the room. We're gonna hide in the shadows. You signal everyone and you all hide in the shadows. The door opens slowly, but no one comes in. No, two men creep in on tiptoe. It's these guys. You know these two thieves. Thieves who shook people down and backed out. We're gonna stay hidden, let them pass. Stay hidden and wait for them to pass. Luckily, they don't notice you at all. They go through the door at the back. You let out a sigh of relief. The storeroom is completely silent. There's no one but you and your companions. Alright, we are going to search for our belongings. Search this storeroom for your belongings. But Grim urges you, hurry. If you search every last corner, you won't be able to escape. Choose up to 2 places to search. We're gonna look. Damn. Shelf lined with tools. There's nothing here. Alright. I guess clothing shelf. Find the cloak, but our belongings are not here. We can't afford the cloak. Damn it. I almost want to open the nearest door. Hey, this place seems to be an armory. Weapons and armors are stacked everywhere. We're gonna search for something that we can take. Look for a weapon or a piece of armor you can take. Grim urges you. We can't afford to dawdle. Rows of armor are lined up, but not much seems to fit your bill. You may only take one item that catches your eye. Well, we have a long sword, a metal shield bearing the emblem, the sun emblem. I almost want that chainmail, but I feel like the sun emblem may be useful. A heavy, sturdy-looking shield. Take it and leave the room. The storm room is dead silent. There's no one here but you and your companions. You. Alright, back door. It's here. The place seems to be a toilet. At first it looks clean, but a foul stench you fear for your life drifts through the whole room. You can't bring yourself to use it. Anyone would want to get out of a place like this at once, but we're gonna search every corner. Pinching your nose, you expect the toilet from every corner. Something glints gold and distorts filth. It's probably a gold coin. You pick up the gold coin. Are you sane? Give up and leave the toilet. No guts, no glory. You gingerly pick up the gold coin with your fingertips, then rub off what's stuck to it with a filthy rag hanging on the wall. You... Wow. Search the cesspit again. You don't believe into it. Sure. Don't give up. You stick your hand into the cesspit and search for something. What could possibly be in human waste? There can't be anything. This is clearly a bizarre act. For some reason, you feel sluggish. Come to think of it, an epidemic is spreading through the city. It seems you've fallen ill. Lose one level. You should leave here at once. That's pretty funny. Well, moral of the story, you don't start digging your hand through human waste. You'll lose a level. Alright, ask the princess to guide us. This way, please follow me, the princess said, taking the lead. Leave the storeroom and head for the room immediately to the right. You sense no one beyond the door. You slip into the room quickly and close the door in silence. You turn around and your eyes widen at the sight. It's a gallery. Every wall is hung with countless paintings, large and small. The entire room forms a ring, and along the wall, a gently curving staircase leads down underground. This way, the princess runs down the stairs, and you follow after her. On the wall at the bottom hangs a striking portrait. They are likely royals. It shows an earnest-looking man with golden hair and golden eyes, and a woman with black hair and green eyes, and with an air of pure grace. My father, King Rolf, and my mother, Queen Maya, my parents, the princess says, looking up at the queen. So Maya, the late king's consort, Princess Ligmore's mother. Think she really resembles them. Think they were a loving couple. She really does resemble them. Stare at the princess's face. I was so young, I don't remember anything about my parents, though, the princess says with a lonely smile. Grim steps up to the portrait, removes his hat, and drops to one knee. King Rolf granted me more than I deserved, even though I was just a drifter. And yet, I couldn't repay that debt, he says. You ask what happened? It happened 14 years ago. King Rolf was struck down by someone. Queen Maya disappeared. But when I rushed there, King Rolf was still breathing. In his final moments, the king said, "Find my son." That day, along with the queen, Prince Nutz also vanished. But the next day, word came from Lord Togri that the prince was found. But after that, because I failed to protect the king, I was no longer allowed to meet the prince. Years later, when I met Prince Nut again, for some reason, he felt like a completely different person. From that day on, the king's word, "Find my son," never left my ears. I resigned as knight commander and have been searching for the prince ever since. So that's how it is. The princess says, "Cool." Hearing Grimm's story, everything makes sense. The one trying to take the throne now, that person is not my brother, she declares. Let's go. The moment we reach the Hindle zone, I'll bring that matter into the open as well, the princess says. Grimm gives the princess a deep bow. It's right there, the princess says, dashing ahead. Everyone follows, and you stop before a single painting displayed on the opposite side of the room. It can't be that simple. It's a painting of a passage leading out into bright daylight, set in a perfectly square frame. This is a magic escape exit passed down in the royal family. It's one way, so no one can come from the other side. But please, tell no one about this, the princess says. You. Not sure what she means. Touch the painting. Not sure what she means. Not sure what she means, but the princess closes her eyes and mutters, Iftaya Simpson. Iftaya Simpson. Strangely, the flat painting in the passage begins to take on depth. The princess puts her hand on the frame and steps through, and she disappears completely into the painting. The princess looks back and beckons everyone over. Cautiously enter the painting and move along the narrow passage. Sniffing his sleeve, Grimm says, "Smells like oil." That makes sense. You think you finally made it outside, but it's a huge vertical shaft. A gentle slope running along the wall, spiraling upward until it seems to reach the surface. From up there, we can get out on the east side of the castle, the princess says, pointing to the glowing ceiling. Start going down the slope. What happens? Start down the slope. Not that way, the princess calls after you. Okay. I want to say, obviously we keep going down. Keep going down the slope. Everyone tells you come back, but you stubbornly keep going down the slope. Round and round and round. Round and round and round. Round. At last you reach the very bottom of the shaft. It's very dim, with cooled water and a clammy dampness. There seems to be nothing here. This time you have no choice but to climb up. Round. With great effort, you finally make it back to the others. You're exhausted. You lose one stamina. What the fuck is a stamina point? Oh, it's a hit point. If you collapse and die from this, go to 14. If you still have stamina left, you climb the slope. That's interesting. Okay, so they're considering your HP to be your stamina. Also, if I was at 1 hit point and I endured that, I would have died. Interesting. Climb the slope towards the surface. Just when you're about to reach the surface, something looks down at you from the opposite side of the shaft. From its silhouette, it doesn't seem human. Approach warily. What the fuck? A werewolf with katanas. Climb the slope and face the figure. It's a beastman with a wolf's head. It's your first time seeing one. He's gripping a slender, curved sword in both hands. How fortunate. I was about to go mad from boredom, the beastman says. If I read this right, the one behind you is this country's princess. But I've been ordered to kill anyone who passes through here. Don't take it personally. My name is Logan, a werewolf warrior faster than the wind. Now, come, throw everything you've got at me. Logan attacks. Can we talk it out? We try to talk, but Logan roars, no questions. The battle begins. You have more people on your side. There's nothing to fear. Sure. He has 66 hit points. Okay, well, Paneri, Grimm, and Hilveri all join in the attack, and each of them will deal a die of damage at the end of the turn. I just have to survive, because this could be real bad. We also have no defense because we weren't able to find our gear. But we roll a 20. We don't do shit for this. Oh, fuck. I did not equip the weapon. Jesus, what's wrong with me? All I did was just punch him. I have a longsword. I should be using it.
いいぞ、次ももらおう。行動値の判定じゃ。来い。
I'm gonna have that shield up. And then okay, so that is a attack. Alright, then we're just gonna attack. And roll shit.
くらえ。
Alright. Shield protected us. Yo, Grim has been rolling very well on damage. The two girls have not been rolling well on damage.
頑張れ。次こそはこちらの番じゃ。
I don't want to have to keep using my shield. I may have to when I keep fucking up. Ow. Okay, Paneri actually did some damage this time. Now it's Grim's turn to not deal damage. Both girls roll 6s and Grim rolls a 1. What the hell is this? You guys are not consistent at all. Logan is strong. Even against the four of you, he doesn't give an inch. What do you do? I want to tackle. Tackle Logan. Flip a coin to see if it works. Hey, it's head. It works. Tackle Logan from out of view. Logan's body sailed through the air, falling as if sucked into the shaft. Logan's scream echoes. Sploosh. You hear the poor wolf hit the water pooled at the bottom of the shaft. Coward, fight me fair and square. Logan's curses echo from far below. Before he can climb back up, you hurry to the surface. This is the east side of the castle. It's a high place and you can see the whole city at a glance. Cold wind feels good on your flushed body. The sun begins to redden, and the kites are heading back to their roost. You and Paneri are so taken by the beautiful view that you stop walking. The princess ahead turns back with a smile, but her face stiffens at once, and her eyes fix behind you with shock and fear. Noticing the princess's gaze, Grim and Hellrive turn too, and their faces contort as they look behind you. Oh. At that distinctive, familiar, vile laugh, your whole body bristles. The instant you turn around, a violent impact slams into you. It's inevitable. The ring on your left hand suddenly grows hot, the pain like a burn, and a sound slips out of it. Just like when it came, your agony suddenly dissipates.
なぜだ。私の力が及ばない人間だと。隠しの男といえ。
Why? A human beyond my power, just like that minstrel of a man, which slowly raises her hand and gives some kind of signal. while staring at you, the witch cancels the signal. Her impatience sowing.
そんなはずは待て
Impossible. That can't be. Wait. A bad feeling hits you. Yeah, I'm very curious what's behind us. What's happening? Turn around. In the next instant, Grim shoves you hard. Ugh. With a groan, Grim crumples, and an arrow is buried deep in his back. Oh. An arrow is lodged in the chest of Revi as well, standing as if to shield Paneri. You frantically scan around for whoever shot the arrow. Something moves atop the especially tall flanking tower, then vanishes from sight. The witch too has vanished like mist. You grab Grim by the shoulder. His consciousness seems to be fading. Staring into your face, he whispers, my king. I found Prince Nut. With something like a smile, he quietly closes his eyes and breathes his last. The princess is crying, stifling her voice. In an instant, Grim and Revi die. In vain, the slanting sun still casts the same shadows over the city as before, yet somehow it sinks in a pale blue steeped in grief. Those of you left behind bid farewell to the bodies of Grim and Revi. We're gonna drape a cloak over Grim's body because he was a real one. Drape a cloak over Grim's body and say, you saved my life. Thank you. Can't let grief take you now. You have a mission to must fulfill in haste. With the setting horizon at the corner of your eye, you hurry on with only 3 shadows at your side. Strangely, on the way back to Hendel's zone, there isn't a single undead in sight. Based on your actions so far, you gained 43 experience. We're gonna save. Safe zone of the city. Before the sun sets, you reach Hendel Gate. Princess Ligmore has returned. Spotting the princess below, the sentry atop the flanking tower rejoices and shouts the news down to the gate guards. But when it dawns on him that not a single knight is with her, he falters and disappears from sight. As if even the gate is exhausted, it opens slowly, heavily. There is a quiet, triumphal return. On the faces of the people surrounding you, a complex look appears, as if searching for life and death. Whispering reaches you like ripples. The princess declares, of the 257 who came to rescue me, 255 have lost their lives. The moment the words are spoken, only silence remains, and the face is plastered with despair. I intend to answer the weight of the lives laid upon me. Bring as many people here as you can. The princess gives that order to the sentries, then fixes you with resolute eyes. You, I guess we'll stay. You stay, choosing to remain at the princess's side. Stone wall encircling the city casts long shadows. In contrast, the houses stained crimson glow beautifully, brightening everything around them. The sun, putting on a brave face. I will not yet set. Is that a sign of the princess's resolve? Many people gather here. I am Ligmore, child of the late King Rolf. As one of those entrusted to lead this nation, I have a request for you all. Here in the royal capital of Esray, we stand in a catastrophic catastrophic state, but our kingdom is vast, and beyond the city wall there is still rich, fertile land. If the witch Ingeborg wants this city, if she says that she'll have it even by atrocity, then let her have it. We have something more important, more precious than this city. It is the life of each and every one of you. That is the treasure of our kingdom, Guren. Tomorrow we will open the north gate and we will leave the city together. Begin preparing to depart at once. That is all. Though there is some unrest, the people given a clear, simple purpose sense the order is right to begin to move us home. The heavy air from when you return to the city is gone. Even with night about to fall, life surges through the streets. There's something I need to speak with you about, so please come to the knight's headquarters later, the princess says. The crowd quickly forms around the princess. I'm gonna stay up just for a bit. Watch the flow of people for a while. Then Gildy comes running up. Gildy asks you what happened at the castle. Give him the short version of what went down. Sounds like hell. So what now? Gildy asks. You... I mean, quite honestly, I feel like Havelock may not know in this instance. You don't know. You still don't have enough, nearly enough to judge. Yeah, got it. As if to brush away the gloomy mood, Gildy says brightly, if you're going to the castle tomorrow, take me with you. And no way in that no one will notice. Ask him why he's gonna help. Oh, he wants to steal that golden eye again. I can't tell you the details, but I've got something I need to do at the castle too. Alright, is this route safe? It's fine, you can relax. I escaped through it myself. You answer alright. Gildy says thanks and offers you his hand. Instantly you touch his hand, something feels off. A feeling like you've known him for a long, long time. While you stand there bewildered, he leaves with a smile. There's nothing more for you to do here. It's another part of the city. Well, we have no money. We don't really have any equipment. So honestly, let's go to the HQ. Arrive at the knight's headquarters. With the knight's gone, probably calling it that is probably wrong now. Now, among the people who have newly taken refuge in the Hendel zone, the princess is leading the care for the critically injured. Let's see prisoners living. Look for the princess. Havelock. The princess spots you first. There's something I wish to speak with you about, the princess says. The princess speaks again of the witch Ingeborg, who seeks to steal people's souls, and of the four spirits the witch intends to use. And she reminds you that her friend, who bears a bracelet sealing the great wind spirits, one of the four spirits, is hiding in the castle. And to crush the witch's ambition, the princess asks you to help the people escape the city. You. Let me think. That's a lot that you laid up on us. The princess asks, is something the matter? You. I mean to meet. Answer, I have a reason to go to the castle to find out whether Ingeborg is the one who raised me. Hearing why you came to the city, the princess asks, I understand. Even if it's only until part way through the escape, please lend us your strength. Just then, Gildy
これはお美しい。お初にお目にかかる。私めはギルディと申します。
Well now, how lovely. A pleasure to meet you. I am Gildy at your service. Praises everything from the princess' looks to the clothes she wears. Baron Basiscam prepared it for me, the princess says. A splendid outfit. It certainly stands out, Gildy says. Suddenly, I feel a strong bond with the princess. Then he laughs. Perhaps I am of royal blood myself. Gildy, get over here a second. A man you don't know calls out to Gildy. If you excuse me, Gildy says, kisses the back of the princess's hand and walks away. Watching Gildy like that, you think he's a fop? You think he's socially savvy? He's a fop. Gildy, he's a foppish man. Is it because of his hair color? Somehow, truly, it did make me feel like as if I were with family. Please, let me speak again. Let's speak again tomorrow, the princess said. And she too is called away by someone and leaves her side. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're siblings, long lost siblings. Let's see the prince. In the upstairs hall, Prince Nut is sitting there as always, his impressive pot belly on full display. Just like before, there are no knights in sight, only one young maidservant standing nearby. The prince stays silent, wearing a troubled look the entire time. Let's talk to him. As you're about to speak to the prince, he asks, are the preparations for his empty city complete? Answer, there's a stone giant at the north gate, so we can't leave right away. Then the prince tells you to go defeat the giant at the north gate now. You ask why he's in a hurry. If you don't flee that witch soon, I'll be killed, he says, and falls silent. Alright, yeah, we're using the mirror of truth. Oh, wait, maybe I...
手鏡どこに置いたかの？ここでもない。ここか？いや違うな。さてはいたずら好きの妖精が勝手に持ち出しよったな。おお、それじゃやはりおちびさんが持ち出しておったんじゃな。そうじゃった。今鏡に映っとるのはお前さんじゃなかったの。お前さんを教え導く存在に働きかけるある言葉を唱えるんじゃ。何でもよい。お前さんの姿を映すものがあれば、ちっこい鏡でも写真でもよいんじゃ。そこにいる自分に向かってこう言うんじゃ。私の瞳に虚偽を見破る力をお与えください。何度でも唱えてよいぞ。言えば言うほど真実が見えてくるからの。言えたかの？
Yeah, she took a bunch of damage. What the fuck? You look at the prince through the mirror of truth. Knowledge about the prince, things you couldn't possibly know, comes flooding into your mind one after another. His true name is Otto. He is the bastard child of the regent Togri. He likes reading and observing plants. He hates quarreling with people and violence. He dreams of living in a small mountain village. Deciding, I don't need to know anything more about the prince. You stop peering into the mirror. Now then, what will you do? I'm gonna ask him his favorite book. The Great Encyclopedia of Plants. Alright, what's your favorite plant? Soniferum. goods grows wild near the village of Bolus in the southern mountains. I can actually get it wrong or say it right. I'm gonna say it's wrong. Wrong. Instead of furrow, he snapped and stormed out of the room. I have no business here. Oh, that just got him mad. Okay. I thought I would be able to get a little bit of a conversation out of him, but I did not. Okay, there's nothing to speak to her about. Enter Iridu Cabin. Yeah, Iridu Tavern. There aren't many customers. The princess's words send everyone off to the fair to leave the city. The tavern keeper spots him and calls out at once. The tavern keeper says, "So you're the Lucifang gladiator, Havelock the merciful. Can't believe a celebrity like you comes to a dump like mine. Proud as hell. Tomorrow, Walpurgis and all, but I'm closing up shop today. Still got plenty of booze, but hell, one last round. Enjoy yourselves. I can't buy anything. I got no money because they took my shit." Speak to the old man at the back of the table. He asks you if you're leaving the city. I still have things, man. The old man says, "I'm staying too. The city holds too many memories. I can't bring myself to go somewhere else now." You ask him about these memories. He says he doesn't want to talk about it. Just then his stomach growls. Sure, that one gold, what the fuck is it gonna do? Pay 1 gold and treat the old man to a meal. He perks up and starts telling old stories. You, what's your fondest memory? Well now, my fondest memory is the dog lord after all. We were together for 15 years. He was a big jet black and gentle. His name was Bojangles. He died of old age, but even after 20 years, it still hurts. Even after 20 years. I'll pass this on to you. It's got no value in my hands now. You're going to protect the city, right? Here, take it. You receive 20 gold coins from the old man. Nice. After that, the old man says, "I want to drink quietly by myself." Speak to a tough-looking young man sitting at the end of the counter. He tells you, "I'm worried about what I should do from here. Leaving the city is best." The man says, "Yeah, you're right, but I came all this way. It would be a waste not to experience it." Then he asks you, "Do you know where the entrance to the underground passage to the Dark Castle is?" "I don't know." He looks disappointed. "I see." He says then, "Were you brought here by a maiden of blue pointed hat?" "No, sorry, it's not." With that, he hastily leaves the tavern. What in the world? Nothing interesting. Alright, I mean, I guess we could... Whoops. I need to buy equipment because welcome to the Arcbolt Exchange. Oh, it's you. Sounds like you've been through hell. Thank you, truly, for saving the princess. You have my gratitude. He claps the owner's hand with a firm handshake. The Lucifang gladiator, Havelock the merciful. You wield the weapon in each hand like it's nothing. Seize victory no matter how bad the odds are. And you never kill your opponent. So it's really you. I heard the stories, but I didn't think you this young. Will you buy it? Anything about the shop? Nothing in particular. I need armor. I am not going to be getting shit out of this. But I need armor. I don't think there's really anything that I can purchase from the magic shop at this time, so let's just go to the inn. Oh, welcome back. Glad you made it back safe. And for the princess, thank you, truly. Mixed feelings. After a while, the innkeeper disappears into the back. When he returns, he says, I tried baking some. Want to taste it? Hands you freshly baked bread. And this is my thanks for rescuing the princess. The innkeeper hands you a hefty, weighty pouch. Inside are 20 gold coins. You thank the innkeeper. Once your emotions settle a little. Oh, right. This morning, we found something in the room of a volunteer who checked out. Want to read it? It's a set of notes written by a former merchant who joined the volunteer force to rescue the princess. You? Sure, let's read it. It begins. Hoping this will be of some use, I put together a summary of important events that occurred in this country since last year, during calendar 643. April 28th, month of Urburga, the forest which Ingeborg was welcomed as a court mage. September 27th, month of Keninga. Suspicious rumors about the witch Ingeborg begin to spread. October 25th, month of Drawe. A plague began to spread through the city. October 29th, rumors spread that the neighboring country, Lucifang, was about to invade. December 25th, month of Hestoruga. The plague ran rampant, and the witch handed out medicine that cures the sick for free. January 26th, during calendar 644, month of Forge. Yeah. Reports said half the city's residents had caught the plague. January 30th, rumors spread that Lucifang had invaded. February 27th, month of Eberga. The kingdom provided the city's residents with medicine that cures the plague free of charge. February 28th, month of Eberga. These words. Princess Ligmore returned to the royal capital. April 17th, month of Urburga. A reconnaissance unit of Kira's squad was dispatched near the border. April 18th, claims of Lucifang's army was besieging the city. All the city gates were shut and an edict was issued, placing the knights in control of the capital. April 19th, those who died of the plague began rising as monsters in large numbers. April 21st, month of Urburga. Fearing the growing number of the dead, closed off zones appearing throughout the city. April 24th, rumors spread that the city sieged by Lucifang's army was a lie. April 25th, a stone giant stood outside the gate. Closed off zones were breached one after another. and the dead flooded the city. April 26th, only 2 safe zones remain, Hendel and Warrior. Oh, there's another safe zone. Oh, never mind. Forget that. April 28th, month of Urburga. After the Warrior residents finished relocating, the only safe zone left was Hendel. And then April 29th, to rescue Princess Legmore, I set out for the Dark Castle. It ends. This country's misery didn't begin today. I believe everything will get better from here on, and I will fulfill my own destiny. Honestly, that seems about right. But alright, I think with that, I don't think there's anything else really to do in the city. I mean, I guess we could. You open the front door. Oh, I see you're safe. Thank goodness. Welcome home. Lucifang Gladiator, Havelock the Merciful. So you're the one. I heard there were the rumors, but I never met you. So yeah, you said something. Someone else said the same thing. I'll move to a tower at the edge of the dark forest. When that happens, do come see me again, she says, and begins packing up the store. I almost want to buy a crystal ball. Man, I had that fucking unlocking scroll and it got taken away. Fuck it. Well, Helrevi is unfortunately dead, so you're not going to be getting any more potions. Alright. Now we're going to go back to the inn. And we're going to sleep and prepare for tomorrow. Thanks to the soft bed, it feels like your wounds have been fully healed and your stamina is fully restored. As dawn breaks pale and cold, someone pounds on your door. When you open the door, the innkeeper is standing there, pale as a sheet. Flustered and stumbling over his word, he blurts out, "She's not in immediate danger, but the princess was attacked and badly injured." Wait, what? She can speak, but she can't stand, so she's resting in the room of the knight's headquarters for now. What do you do? Who would have attacked her? I almost would say it could be this guy, but he didn't seem like he attacked. Okay, there's a lot that's going on here. Alright. We are going to save, and then we're going to do the investigation next time. When that next time is going to be, not sure. Maybe Thursday, because I don't know when we're going to be resuming our games with Crash. Because I know he has some personal stuff that's currently gone, so that's why games have been put on hold for a little bit. So I don't know if we're going to be having Sky Haven this coming Thursday. If not, we'll probably just continue with this. And then our other stuff as normal. I do need to get back into finishing Grim Grimoire so we can go through the other Vanillaware titles. Because I think the next one, technically from a release standpoint, the next game after Grim Grimoire would have been Muramasa the Demon Blade. Because Grim Grimoire came out for the PlayStation 2, and then Muramasa came out for the Wii afterwards. But Muramasa is going to be getting a remaster, so I'm probably just going to wait until that remaster comes out before I go and touch that game. So then, after Grim Grimoire, probably gonna would be next. If it's not Muramasa, then it would end up being Dragon's Crown. So I need to kind of start making my way through Grim Grimoire so we can get on to the next one. Alright, well, that's gonna be it for me for now. But we will end it here.
なんと冒険をやめてしまうのか。まあそれも仕方あるまい。
We're not fully quitting the
ま
event,
た
so we'll
遊
be
びた
back.
くなったらここにおいで。名残惜しいがの。ではさらばじゃ。
Bye bye, old man. Actually, we never got his name. At least I don't think we ever got his name. Oh, it just straight up fucking... Okay, I thought it'd take me to the title screen. It did not. Oh well, that's fine. Anywho, I'm out of here. So have a good night and peace. Nope, don't play the trailer again. Stop that. Bad. Bad Steve. Alright.